Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, we always say how Tuesday's the worst day, but we've had a lot of fun Tuesdays. I would like to say that this is the best Tuesday of Kincade and Salciunas ever.
Yeah, I'd say so. Well, first off, I feel like it's the most rested I felt in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, but early bedtimes last night for you and I.
Oh, man. I feel so rested. It's almost like I'm seeing in a different shades of color this morning.
Well, dude, we had to catch up from New Orleans last week. We had to catch up from Sunday night. I napped yesterday 2.5 hours and was still tired at night.
I did not, so I was out I sent you a text at 8:25, and I know I was out by then because I got a ton of sleep last night, and I feel good.
Well, that's good.
I feel good because when you wake up and then you realize all the fun we have to look forward to at the end of the week, and you're still on that championship high.
Yeah. And you know what else? We're stress-free now. There's no more games, which is sad, but there's no more games. Like, I'm stress-free. I don't have to worry about the Super Bowl, even though, and I was telling Connor this on Sunday, dude, I never had butterflies on Sunday. I really didn't, dude.
An hour to go, it was awful.
Now, maybe
an hour to go, I was like, oh, my gosh.
We were on the air, so maybe that helped.
Yeah, I didn't even have time to think about the game.
Yeah, in the last hour, it was packed at Patty Wax, right? So it was really loud. I'm focusing on whether or not I can actually hear what Connor's saying back to me. I'm focused on what Bill's saying back to me because I got Eagles chants left and right. Lady Gaga's singing beautifully, right? I'm trying to focus on what's being said. That final hour flew by, and maybe that's why I never really felt butterflies.
I think that was an advantage to you guys because I was off at 2.
Right.
And by the time I got home and then started to get comfortable, I was fine till 5:30. And then it was awful. I was a caged lion.
Oh, yeah.
And Christina decided, I don't know if you even said it yesterday, she decided Sunday afternoon she was going to paint the powder room.
Oh.
Because she was too nervous.
That's awesome.
And that I make her too nervous. And she just wants it so much for me and for the family and for everybody that she was too nervous, so she decided to paint our powder room.
I respect that. That kills an hour and a half.
She's out at Sherwin-Williams, and she's got off to Lowe's to get a roller.
Hell yeah, man.
And she's painting the by the way, it looks beautiful.
Yeah, whatever it takes,
I would say marrying a woman who is good at doing that kind of stuff yourself, she loved it. And it looks great.
Awesome. And it kills time.
Well, she didn't have to spend time with me.
Right, that's
where
good.
she thought I was going to make her nervous.
And maybe the fumes calmed you down. Who knows?
No, I was downstairs. It was fine. Well ventilated.
All right, so I have a question, and it might end Sports Talk Radio.
Here's where
this might be the last show.
Be really careful in today's economy when you start screwing around with this.
Johnny, does anything matter anymore other than winning? And
I don't understand.
This is what I'm trying to say. So I'm driving in. Not Chris Canty, resident Super Bowl champion.
Super Bowl champion.
No, Eric Canty. I don't know. Is there a relationship? No
clue.
I had no idea.
I've never heard of Eric Canty.
So Eric Canty's on
the
ESPN.
lesser known.
And
Canty
I'm driving in, and Eric Canty's like, man, next year when it comes to top 10 quarterback lists, Jalen Herz still isn't one of the better arms, but what does it matter? He's the best winner. And I'm sitting there going, wow, that's going to kill a lot of debate shows. Think about next offseason when the quarterback lists come out, the top 10 quarterback lists. Somebody's still going to put Jalen at 6. Are we going to should we even bring it up and be upset by it?
Yes.
Upset by it, yes. But there's no debate anymore. The guy won a Super Bowl, so what does it matter?
And he's been to another one.
Right, exactly.
And he's beaten Mahomes, and he's beaten Mahomes multiple times.
He outplayed Mahomes in both Super Bowls, even though they lost the first one.
He outtooled Josh Allen. He's beaten Joey Burrow, who everybody is anointed as the Christ child. Seriously, he beats Stafford. He beats Love. I don't want to. When I see those lists, I want to hear them. Because I want to hear them for mocking quality.
Okay.
Because there's one guy I'm really looking for on those lists.
Oh, yeah.
You know who it is?
Oh, I thought you were talking about making the list. I want to see Chris Sims.
No. I'm really looking for Justin Herbert.
Where he's at on these lists.
Who, by the way, this year put up one of the worst playoff performances, I think, in 17 seasons.
They have 4 picks.
17 seasons, I believe, a quarterback had not put up a playoff performance like that. If I see Justin Herbert's name ever ahead, and by the way, not revisionist history, I never agreed with him being ahead of Jalen Hurts. If I see his name on any one of these top lists ahead of Hurts, I'm going to scream bloody murder.
And you're going to see it.
I hope not.
It's going to happen.
No, I think people are going to wise up.
There's going to be doubling down, tripling down. They've been doing it all season. Why won't they continue it this offseason? So seriously, at this point, does it matter how any of it looks as long as they're winning? Like I think back to the Phillies in this past season, this past playoffs. They were the 10 times better team than the New York Mets.
They should have won.
A million times better than the New York Mets. But because the Phillies struck out a million times and the Mets were able to hit singles and doubles and move runners, it wasn't sexy, but they won. So what I'm trying to figure out is all these debates that we have about top 10 this, top 10 that, what does it matter as long as number one is the most important, and that's whether or not you're number one. You're the winner. So Barrett Brooks yesterday, I love this clip. He was on with the best show ever yesterday, and he kind of talked about just this. Here he is talking about how Jalen Hurts is not an elite quarterback, right? When you think of, and let's not throw elite out willy-nilly, right? Elite is Mahomes. Elite is Tom Brady, right? When we're talking about
elite doesn't mean you won one Super Bowl.
Right. We're talking about the greatest of all time. But here's Barrett Brooks saying that, no, Jalen's still not that elite quarterback, but he's an elite winner.
Is putting Jalen in a position where they can't say anything but, kudos to them. You can't say anything that he is not necessarily a franchise ascending, nothing but a franchise ascending quarterback. That's what he is. And you can't take it away from him. Now everybody can say, or he says elite. Well, they're not going don't call him an elite quarterback. You know what you can call him? An elite winner. That's just coining that phrase. Jalen Hurts is not necessarily an elite quarterback, but an elite winner. This guy's won a Super Bowl. He's been all-pro. He's been everything right now. He just won the highest you can win in our sport. He's a Super Bowl champion, and you can't take it away from him now. So you have to say he's elite. Anytime you can say that Eli Manning is elite, and he's just got a punchable face, but he won 2 Super Bowls. You say he's elite, you got to put Jalen up there above him at this point. But just with one, you got to put him above him as far as his skill set as a quarterback.
And I said it again yesterday, John. He doesn't have Lamar Jackson is faster and more elusive. Patrick Mahomes does more of the crazy plays. Josh Allen has the stronger arm, right? Like, there are a lot of things that you can say, this quarterback does better than Jalen, this quarterback does better than Jalen, this quarterback does better than Jalen. But who won the Super Bowl?
Jalen Hurts is the guy.
So does any of that matter anymore?
No, well, the thing is, but it does matter. It does matter because unless you are telling me these people are in the business just to say things they don't believe.
Yes, that's what we're telling you, John.
No.
That's the case.
Wait a minute now. You guys are being really flippant with this. You mean to tell me these guys, you really believe it? Because you and I have had this argument before. Mm-hmm. One of my good friends produces Get Up. And I heard one day, and he's in town, and by the way, he's a guy with Philly ties. And he goes, who the hell is this guy Salciunas?
Hi.
And he goes, he's saying something. The guy is a clown. He's saying that we go in and we tell you have to take this stance and you have to take this stance, which is not, and I can tell you, is not how those shows work.
Yeah, instead you told me how.
But everybody that I know who's a gas station attendant to an accountant or everything tells me how these shows work. What they do, one is they want to find stuff people will disagree on. But they do not go in saying, all right, today I'll pretend that I like this. Today I'll pretend that I'm anti this so we can have a debate. That's not how these shows work. That's not how they work.
I feel like it did used to work that way.
I don't.
And I know it's happened in this.
I can tell you
in this building before.
In sports talk radio, you may find some guys that do that on these shows,
but not in the sanctity of the yelling
on the shows.
Show.
They tried to find the stuff that people disagree.
All right,
on.
but I also know that Chris Canty said I always had him as a top 10 quarterback.
That's Chris
no,
Canty.
You didn't. You said.
That's Chris Canty trying to cover his ass. By the way, though,
and there's
Chris
a lot
Canty,
of ass covering too.
But Chris Canty never had him as a bad quarterback. Never had him as a bad quarterback.
Speak glowingly of him at all.
No, but I think a lot of people are taking it. It does matter though.
Okay.
Because then you find out who you believe in and who you trust.
So, when it comes to sports talk and debate, does it matter when we talk about a skill level? When all it comes down to is whether or not you won or not, and Jalen Hurts won. So he says, screw you to all the people that say I'm not as good as this player or that player. I'm the one that won the championship. Now, speaking of Jalen Hurts, in less than 12 hours after winning the Super Bowl and winning the MVP, he still doesn't make it about himself, Johnny. This is why he's the best. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli, Bill Collar.
Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
Does it matter how it looks as long as you're winning at this point? Sports talk radio and sports debate shows could be in trouble, Johnny.
Because of?
Because Hertz isn't this, Hertz isn't that, Hertz isn't this, Hertz isn't that. But what Hertz is a Super Bowl champion.
He is.
So what's your debates about him next year? Alex Smith, man, you can't win a Super Bowl running the football. Done. Over. You can't say that anymore.
Well, Alex, you see now here's where it is. The telling is. Alex Smith will tell you they didn't win it running.
That's right.
That when they got to the Chiefs, they couldn't run the ball.
He's got the trap door.
He'll fall under that trap door and go, well, that's what I meant. I knew the Chiefs' defense was so good that Saquon would get shut down. But what he didn't ever account for as a former NFL quarterback is, we talked about it all week. You want to sell out to stop Saquon, that's cool. But you're going to leave A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith in one-on-one opportunities, and it's going to be amazing. I can tell you this, watching yesterday on the NFL Plus app, Dallas Goedert was open a lot too. Like there were guys, they were in single coverage a lot.
Yeah.
And Jalen had a potpourri of stuff to look for. And it was unbelievable. But they did. I'm surprised that Spags got exposed.
He had one of his worst
Sunday.
One of
It was
his
a
worst
terrible
days
game.
that I can remember as a defensive coordinator.
But they said, we're not going to lose this Super Bowl by Saquon Barkley doing to us what he did to the Rams, what he did to other teams. So I guess I'll respect that because I know the man knows his football.
Yeah,
he's a hell of a coach.
Absolutely.
But it's obvious. I mean, there was single coverage on Devontae Smith, and that's big day for Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. And it was unbelievable how much Jalen Hurts had to look at.
And by the way, let's give Kellen Moore a lot of credit too. He called a hell of a game. I know the running attack wasn't great, so you had to turn to the offense. Timely throws like the Devontae throw, and I get they're up 24-0 already, but that's timely. The A.J. Brown touchdown was a beautiful play design. He was like 4 yards. His defender was 4 yards behind him.
I was talking last night with my boy Bobby Hebert.
Oh, yeah.
I was on Bobby Hebert's show down in New Orleans because they wanted to talk about the bowl and then wanted to talk about Kellen Moore a little bit and what to expect. And he said, I love that offense I saw Sunday.
Well, of course you love that one.
I love that thing. I said, I got to tell you, I was very uninspired by Kellen Moore a lot of the season. He was not happy with it.
Also, New Orleans, you don't have the horses to run that type of offense.
Yeah, no, exactly.
No, but the thing is, though, one of the things that they were very clear about, and Bobby's very tight with the Saints and everything, was the idea is that if Kellen takes that job, he is taking that job with an ownership group that is like, good, we got you. You're going to have time to do this thing right.
Yeah, they're not going to try to rush this.
So he's going to do it. They're willing to tank a little bit.
They got to get out of cap
right.
hell before they can even build.
Correct. He said he said nobody's getting their security deposit back. The last two coaches.
Yeah.
He said they're not getting their security deposits back. That's how bad they left the property.
It got
when
bad
they left it
in New Orleans. All right, coming up next, Jalen Hurts. As selfless as a person that you can probably find, and he's still selfless after winning the Super Bowl MVP. So you're going to hear about Jalen Hurts coming up next. Also, what it meant to him bring a championship to Philadelphia. And off of that, I have another question. How does our relationship with Jalen Hurts change after Sunday night? It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Championship Tuesday. Can I say Championship Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
Why not? We go till Friday with the championship.
Can I say championship like literally up until...
Who's going to stop you?
I'm willing to do it all
one?
summer.
Yeah, until week one.
Just put it on the show sheet, damn it.
Sounds good. Be right back here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Victory Tour begins. I'm Connor Thomas, and as we continue to enjoy the glory of the Eagles Super Bowl championship, the Victory Tour has begun for the Birds. Yesterday, a tired Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts fielded questions from the media about winning it all. Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts said bringing a championship back to Philly means everything.
When you play a team sport like we play, so many things are built, so many lives are changed, all from the energy and efforts that are put into it. And so to be able to bring a championship back to Philadelphia means everything.
We'll be celebrating for a long, long time, but the big celebration will be Friday, the scheduled day for the Eagles Parade. Happy Valentine's Day, Philadelphia. The Sixers take on the Raptors tonight at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Joel Embiid said over the weekend he may have another surgery on his left knee at some point if it continues to bother him, so something to keep an eye on. Flyers are off till Saturday as the Four Nations face-off takes place. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco for the entire 8 o'clock hour, Amy Fadul for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update is brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. When it's game time, it's Tully time. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76 New England Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic, and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Championship Tuesday morning. Johnny,
I'd say we keep this as long as we feel good with it.
and that's what it's all about. They just won
feeling good.
They just won the Super Bowl, Johnny. Why can't we just have fun, man?
I think 2025 is going to be. Do the kids still say bitchin', Connor?
No.
I don't think even the adults ever say that.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
old as old
Exactly.
gets.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think it's going to be.
Go sit down over there, Pop.
I think it's going to be hopping. I think it's going to be really hopping.
All right. Remember when I said sports talk radio is dead because of today's topic?
It may be because of it.
I think John just ended it by saying hopping and bitching.
It may be because of that.
Oh, God. All right, so our main topic today, does it matter anymore other than winning? Like, we hear all these debates about how Jalen can't do this, Jalen can't do that. And look, there are certain things that I agree with, that he's not as good as this quarterback when it comes to this, not as good as this quarterback when it comes to that. But ultimately, did you win? And Jalen Herz has now been to 2 Super Bowls in just 4 years as a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Colin Cowherd, and I know they were having some fun with it yesterday, the best show ever. And I don't know where Tyrone got his energy from yesterday, but because he'd done his second 2 to 6 show after doing one in the
You're
morning.
just riding high, man. That's
They
all.
were having a blast yesterday, but the Colin Cowherd, I don't think the Eagles are even getting in the end zone against the Chiefs.
No, red zone.
The red zone?
The red zone.
Oh, I thought it was end zone.
Oh, no. I don't think they're getting into the red zone, is what Colin Cowherd said.
I got to tell you, that may be the dumbest thing that was said. Of all the dumb things that were said leading up to this Super Bowl, that may be one of them.
Yeah, if you pick the Chiefs, all right, whatever.
If you tell me the Chiefs are the better team, and I think the Chiefs, and I get it, but it was weird because I kept saying, you can't just keep spitting out, well, Mahomes and Andy Reid. Mahomes and
Right.
Andy Reid. Because this honestly wasn't that hard to see that the Eagles were clearly the better team.
Right. Oh, wait, there was one thing that may have been dumber. May have been.
What did Jack Sparrow have to say?
No, not even him. And
What?
look, I think he does a fine job writing, but he always has these shots toward Philadelphia. I was going to tell you yesterday on the air, and I forgot.
Not Wilbon. Because
No.
Wilbon takes the little shots all the time. At
Bill
Philly.
Barnwell.
Okay, Bill Barnwell he does subtle shots at Philly all
All
the time.
the time.
All the time.
So he did like this whole breakdown of Eagles are the better roster, but who's the better team? And ultimately, he picked the Chiefs to win the football game, and a lot of
Good.
it had to do with the Mahomes and Reid thing.
Good.
To
Where
your
the
point.
L? Where the L?
One of his things were the Eagles plus 10 turnover differential was more lucky than good
How the hell does he determine that?
because the ball bounced their way more.
Really?
Yeah.
Really, I didn't know. I would, again, as a person who loves to study statistics.
Yes.
I love studying that. I would love to hear somebody explain to me the luck. Like, explain to me the luck
He
quotient.
said their plus 10 turnover differential was more lucky.
You know, you have used that word with me a few times.
What?
You've used luck.
Oh.
Andrew has referred a couple times in personal conversations about something good that happens to him, and he says, well, I'm lucky that I'm like, bullcrap.
Like I say, I'm lucky to be here.
No, you're not. You're not lucky to be there. You are in your seat. You're in this job because of what you've done. Luck has freaking nothing to do with it. I can't stand luck.
I mean,
people just attribute luck.
helps when two people.
You do?
Two people quit right before my
You know
internship's
what you
over.
do? No, that is you take advantage of opportunity
did
in life.
that.
If
You
I may have the floor, you
Yes.
do have a guy sitting across from you that has hit 10 of 11 Super Bowl coin tosses.
I thought you said you broke all that down.
I think luck may have something
No,
to do with something.
that is just you have a 50-50 shot of being right.
right.
You
And
could
I've hit
do
it 10
you
of
could-
11
10 of
times.
11
So that would be
You
considered
could do
lucky.
that is just nothing.
Well, the
Lucky
Eagles were lucky to have a plus 10 turnover
I'll tell you this,
differential.
nothing about the Philadelphia Eagles in 2025 in this championship was based on luck.
No, not at all.
2020, the 2018 Super Bowl, the 2017
Things
season,
went their way.
I still think the Rams losing to the Falcons, the Saints losing to the Vikings, I think things fell their way.
Things fell their way,
Remember,
absolutely.
they played a home NFC championship game because a team that barely made it in the postseason knocked off the 1 seed comfortably. Like, that's something breaking your way. I think the Eagles beat the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Like, I think the Eagles were an amazing, amazing football team.
Yeah,
But that
at some
helped.
point they were going to lose, though, because of all those injuries.
And
I know, I
honestly,
got you.
I thought it would have been a coin flip type of opportunity if Detroit was healthy and the Eagles were playing like they were playing. I would have said coin flip going to Detroit and winning that game. I think it would have been one of the most monumental things to step into there and win that game.
Oh, yeah, it'd been great.
Because Detroit was their prime.
But you know what else was monumental? 55 points
Oh,
against
my
the
gosh.
Commanders.
It's unbelievable.
All right, so Jalen Hurts yesterday. I want to play this clip for you. Actually, a couple of clips for you from Hurts. just 12 hours, not even, after winning Super Bowl MVP, he still has a chance to go, I'm proud of myself, or I'm proud of the work that I did. And no, instead, selflessness still. And he's still preaching as he's doing this press conference just less than 12 hours after winning Super Bowl MVP. Here he's talking about the team effort.
You know, one thing that I've talked to everyone about is, you know, the importance of team football together. Everyone achieves more. And even bigger, the selflessness that everyone has to have a level of selflessness to achieve great things as a group and as a unit and be truly committed to what the mission is, and that's winning. And then, you know, the old cliche, defense won championships, you know, the way that they've been able to play all year, new pieces, guys stepping into new roles, young guys coming in and flying in and playing a huge impact. It took a collective effort on their side, and I couldn't be more proud of them.
I mean, he had every opportunity to talk about himself.
He did.
And he's talking about selflessness. Like, he's still preaching about next year. You got to be selfless. Right? You know that he's going to say at some point, I'm trying to think of the quote that will come out of Jalen Hurts, but you know it's going to be something along the lines of, yeah, I just got the taste. Now I want the whole thing. But it's going to be deeper because he's eloquent when he speaks.
And I believe that that's how he lives. Because,
absolutely.
Because he's out of the Nick Saban cult.
Yeah.
And when I say that, I say it with some affection. But Nick Saban, he'd win a national championship, and it was the big thing down south that the next morning he'd be recruiting. He'd be calling recruits at 9 a.m. the next morning at his desk after just winning a national title. I think Jalen has a little bit of that, but I've seen more smiling, more enjoying, more relaxing. It looked great yesterday to see him at Disney World.
And we'll get into that, man, because I think my beliefs were confirmed. Big Disney guy, Jalen.
Oh, yeah.
Also, here's Jalen Hurts about what it means to bring a championship to Philadelphia, and then I have a question based off of that.
When you play a team sport like we play, so many things are built, so many lives are changed, all from the energy and efforts that are put into it. And so to be able to bring a championship back to Philadelphia means everything.
So, John, what is our relationship with Jalen Hurts moving forward? Now, we are a different city, right? I know that after the Eagles won the Super Bowl in Super Bowl 52, that a lot of Eagles fans got softer the next year. We talked about it. Week one,
I swear to you.
Week one, I was upset with the way they were playing. Not because of radio take or anything.
Against the Falcons.
I want them to win more. Like, that's that. I want a dynasty. Forgive me. Like, I want more.
With Jalen Hurts,
but when it comes to Jalen Hurts, like, what's our relationship now moving forward with him? He's a Super Bowl champion.
It's not Nick Foles' relationship. Because you see, Nick Foles was the out-of-left-field miracle story, almost like a Disney movie, that came in here and won a Super Bowl. But we weren't hooked to him long-term. We weren't connected to him. What he's got to do is Jalen Hurts, the relationship with him has got to be what we saw with a young Cole Hamels, which I think is very, very similar. Cole Hamels balls out, wins a World Series, MVP, and then Cole Hamels had to follow it up. And I think Cole never was able to deliver on that, sustaining the level of greatness where he would be considered, okay, he's beyond critique. He's one of those guys. He never delivered on that.
Right.
And I think that's what his 2009 was.
It was a bad season.
Huge step down.
And he admitted to, I'm not saying fat as in terms of he gained weight.
Right.
But he got fat during that offseason.
Fat and happy.
He did all the media tours. And look, Hertz is going to do that too.
I don't
but
believe
it's the work that you also put into it.
I don't believe he will.
He's already gone through this. We went through this 2 years ago. The Jalen Hurts conversation, comparing him to Cole Hamels, happened when he got the big contract, and we got the reports that he was pulled in a billion different directions, and he had to deal with that, and now he's come back.
He's a Super Bowl champion.
He's already Jalen Hurts, franchise quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles. He's winning the Super Bowl after getting paid to be the guy. I think his focus is going to be fine.
Okay. No, I'm sure he's going to be focused. I know that.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be focused, but it doesn't mean that your relationship with the city is going to be based on, we're going to kick off the opening game, and the Andrew Salciunas of the world are going to be throaty at halftime if they're losing.
Yeah, damn right. I'll be booing.
It's going to be a totally different experience than Nick Foles had.
Here you go. Here's 2 Jalen Hurts quotes that will come your way at some point. This from Vince Lombardi. Winning isn't everything, but wanting to win is. You know he's going to say that at some point. And if you're not moving forward, you're falling behind. I could totally hear Jalen Hurts saying these things before next season starts. Because you know he's going to be asked, hey, now that you won, like, what's your motivation this year? He's going to be deep, dude. He's going to be deeper next year than this year. Yes? No? All right.
I think
I
don't know. I mean,
he's a robot. I don't know what he thinks.
correct.
He's a robot that really loves Disney World.
These were AI-generated quotes from Google, so that
Then there you go.
actually kind of makes sense. All right, coming up next, we hear from you for the first time this morning. You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. And just because we have, like, actual topics today doesn't mean you can't just call in and talk about your excitement from the Eagles winning the Super Bowl. They won the Super Bowl, guys. Let's continue the party throughout the course of the week up until Parade Day here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Vitalico, and Silvana Kelly.
It is 6:40 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this championship Tuesday morning.
I love that.
I mean, why not?
Let's keep that. It puts a smile on my face.
Damn right it does. The Eagles won the freaking Super Bowl, man. Which is why I also said going into the break, like, if you just want to still talk about winning the Super Bowl and you don't want to do like a topic-based call or text, have at it, man.
Fine.
We didn't check the text line at all yesterday because we were talking to the people. We wanted to hear the emotions coming through the phone line. So if you didn't get a chance to call in and you just want to text your excitement about the Eagles winning the freaking Super Bowl, just their second in franchise history, I'm not going to change the rules 2 days after the Super Bowl. Express your excitement, man. We're going to do our second opinion segment later on in the next hour.
I love it.
And I can't wait to relive that game again. When do you rewatch this one?
Not yet. I watched the 15-minute yesterday. And the 15-minute game was stunning. In just that you were blown away with the efficiency of everything that they did.
Well, that's the thing. I think this one, now at some point I'm going to rewatch the whole thing. I only rewatched Super Bowl 52, like the actual game broadcast one time. But I've watched.
Really?
Yeah, the actual game broadcast.
Oh, dude, I watched it probably 50 times the week of. I took the entire week off from my mortgage sales job at the time.
So you just kept on watching.
My wife thought I was the biggest dope. She may still. She was like, "Oh my gosh, how many times are you going to watch that game?" Because every time it was on NFL Network, I'd put it on.
Well, yeah, so I would put it on
and you pick it up
through.
in the third quarter. Or whatever.
I'm talking like from opening kickoff to the end of the game. I've rewatched the whole thing one time.
I can't. I don't think I'm going to be able to watch 59.
I don't think so either.
Because it wasn't that tight of a game.
Right, exactly.
It wasn't that
I think
interesting.
the 15-minute, because they're going to package all the highlights
it's
for you.
amazing.
That will be what we watch.
And you're watching the 15-minute, and you see the first down play, and then you see the second down play. There's no huddling. They just cut it all out. And just moves. It moves.
And it's mainly highlights because the Eagles did all that. The Eagles, it was a highlight reel game.
Dude, the Patrick Mahomes NFL highlight video on YouTube starts in the third quarter.
Well, yeah, because he didn't have more than 60 yards until the third quarter.
There's nothing from the first half.
Well, wait a minute.
There was literally nothing.
They were shut out.
If it's the Patrick Mahomes highlights, don't they still have to show him getting knocked around like a
they only
pinata?
They only show highlights.
It's like his best plays from Super Bowl 59.
It's like that meme.
Chris Paul hits
the
big three
big
to cut the lead down to 43 or something.
Yeah, like that was a legitimate YouTube video from the NBA because they wanted to put something Chris Paul related, and it was Chris Paul hits a huge three, and it cut the lead to 40. Like, that's because they're looking for content. So you know that if you Google Patrick Mahomes, that's going to pop. If you type in Patrick Mahomes Super Bowl, that video probably pops up, and it's probably 5 minutes long because there was not much to put on there. There's garbage time touchdowns.
Oh, it was garbage. There's plenty of garbage time in that game.
There was a lot of it.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, what do we have on the text line today, Connor? Again, if you just want to continue to express your excitement for the win, go for it. Honestly, I'm all for that. But our topic today, where we're asking you the question, is whether or not all these debates that we have matter. I'm putting our jobs on the line today, Johnny, which is a dangerous thing to do because you heard all the things said about Jalen Hurts and this Eagles team. Not just Hurts. Can the Eagles win this way? And they showed that they can. Hurts shows that he doesn't have to be the best quarterback in the NFL and still be efficient and win a freaking Super Bowl and beat it 2 in 4 years. What are the people saying?
Yeah.
So Coach Skip in North Philly checks in, says, I agree with you, Andrew. Those guys that get on TV all week before the game and call Jalen a game manager, the weakest link in a scrub day after the game, they're moonwalking like MJ, Canty, Woody, Ryan, Clark, etc. Let them have at it. Jalen beats them when it matters, and it shows.
Love that. See, here's the thing is Matt Ryan sat in our show in the Super Bowl week. He had nothing but praise for Jalen Hurts. But he said, I thought that the Chiefs are going to win on a late field goal. The Chiefs are going to win.
No, I think he says Ryan Clark.
Oh, no.
I think I just read that weird.
Remember, Ryan Clark said, man, I'm proud of Josh Allen. He put stats away this year and focused on winning. But literally earlier that week, he was ripping Jalen Hurts.
Like, to me, I got to tell you, I'm tired of him. He's one that, and I think that's where I think this conversation goes to. There's certain people that I've just tuned out. And Ryan Clark, to me, he cares about, I don't know, too much about Ryan Clark and not about the content. It's all about Ryan Clark. There's a lot of that going around right now around the Eagles winning the Super Bowl.
Oh, my God,
where people are doing that, making it all about them.
Because people didn't like the way it looked. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
I don't understand it, though, is that Jalen Hurts has such a great story to just have your ears perk up, your eyes pay attention, to go, okay, this is a guy that you honestly, Cooper, one day, there will be lessons you could teach Cooper when he gets cut from a team or he gets something happens. It won't happen, you're saying. When he gets cut from a team, when he doesn't make varsity, You know, and as a sophomore, he's going to have to. There are things you're going to have to teach him.
He's going to play varsity as a middle schooler. Come on,
you could
man.
teach him the Jalen Hertz stories.
He's got good strength, you know.
Oh, jeez.
Good lower body strength. Kid was tackling me yesterday. Come on, man. Let's go to Adam in the Lehigh Valley. What's up, Adam?
Hey, so I think I figured it out, kind of rationalized it a little bit, why people give Jalen so much shade.
All right, what do we got?
So the NFL is what? It's a product. It's an entertainment product, right?
Right.
So if you're someone like me who on football Sunday, I'm sitting there for 9 hours, I got 2 TVs, I got the laptop, I got my phone going. I want to be entertained. I want to see good games, except for the Eagles. I want to see 100-0 every week.
Right.
You know, I don't care what it looks like. So, you know, when they see Josh Allen, okay, that's entertaining, that's fun to watch. And then when the national media is watching the Eagles, it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, we're not very entertained. So I can save your job here. Instead of it being a top 10 best quarterback list, just change the title, okay? Change the title to top 10 most entertaining quarterbacks.
See, this is why you're a foxhole guy. He's trying to save our jobs.
No, I mean, I think
when I'm trying to bury us live on the air, Adam wants to save our jobs.
I think Adam makes a great point there is that there's a big difference. Look, Josh Allen. If Josh Allen's on my TV, I'm watching.
Hell yeah, man.
I enjoy Bigfoot. But the legend of Josh Allen is far bigger than the actual accomplishments of Josh Allen. And Josh Allen on big stages and Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson on big stages, they have not performed the way Jalen Hurts has, period. And to me, I just want that to be part of the conversation. And I think that it will. I think that it will be.
It's a great point, Adam. Listen, man, we appreciate the call, brother. Thanks for saving our jobs
on Championship Tuesday.
On this Championship Tuesday, go Birds, man! I love this. See, that's a foxhole guy, right?
It is. That was really good. He's trying to save things going on here.
I'm trying to ruin it all for all of us.
It's unbelievable. I just have. There's just you get these people, and there are people on Twitter. There's one guy I had to mute yesterday because it's just like, Jalen Hurts isn't. Jalen Hurts isn't this. Jalen Hurts isn't this. And he just keeps doubling down. It's like, dude, you can look stupid if you want, but I don't have to pay attention to you anymore.
No, you don't have to do that.
And you try to engage people and go, are you going to bring anything to the table in a conversation where you bring any kind of logic? Because if you're not willing to acknowledge the great stuff and the bad stuff and talk about them both, I'm not interested. The mute button is your friend.
Damn right, I'm a big fan of the mute button. All right, coming up next, we reset the show, our topics. Also, John Kincade has another topic for us. Who was the author of the beautiful Eagles season? We're not talking scripts here. All right, the NFL's not rigged. Also, I don't normally tease callers, but if you want to know a first-hand account of what it was like inside the Superdome yesterday,
I do want that.
We have that from one of our favorite Eagles fans, Miss Edith.
Oh, is she really coming on?
She was at the game.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, so we're going to talk to her. If you were at the game.
Miss Edith is loaded.
A lot of you are now back home. So if you were at the game, please,
I'd love to hear some of that.
We would love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Championship Tuesday here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The celebration continues. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app today. As we continue to enjoy the glory of the Eagles Super Bowl championship, the Victory Tour has begun. Yesterday, a tired Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts fielded questions from the media about winning it all. And Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts said bringing a championship back to Philadelphia means everything.
When you play a team sport like we play, so many things are built, so many lives are changed, all from the energy and efforts that are put into it. And so to be able to bring a championship back to Philadelphia means everything.
It's going to be a long time till we stop celebrating this one, but the big celebration is scheduled for Friday. Yes, that is parade day for the Eagles Super Bowl 59 victory. Happy Valentine's Day, Philadelphia. The Sixers take on the Raptors tonight at 7 p.m. That game will be live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Joel Embiid said over the weekend he may have another surgery on his left knee if it continues to bother him, something we'll keep an eye on throughout the season. Flyers are off till Saturday as the Four Nations face-off takes place. Andrew DeCecco will join us for the entire 8 o'clock hour, Amy Fadul for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update's also brought to you by Electrical Workers Local 269 and the Electrical Training Alliance. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 269 will be accepting applications starting January 1st until March 31st at IBEW269.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Not only can you listen to the Fanatic,
Tuesday morning here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Andrew,
You've really made me smile today. I'm very impressed.
saying it the rest of the way, man.
It's weird. It's just something you just threw in today, and it's making me smile.
Just flows. Championship Tuesday, baby.
It's a Championship Tuesday.
Speaking of Championship Tuesday, Amy Fadul normally joins us on Tuesdays. She's going to be joining us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. And Andrew DeCecco, who normally joins us in studio on Mondays, yesterday was travel day for Mr. DeCecco. He's going to be joining us for the entire 8 o'clock hour today.
He wasn't getting in until like 11.
Yeah, late night.
Man,
He had another full day.
I would have gotten one more dinner in New Orleans.
So our man Vince from Philly Sports Trips.
Okay.
I called him yesterday after the show, and I just wanted to talk to him about how happy I am for him. And if you're looking for a trip, use Philly Sports Trips. He had Rob McElhenney and Caitlin Olsen come to not only the Saturday night party, they had such a good time, they came to the tailgate on Sunday.
It's awesome.
So, like, he backs up his work. He didn't. I don't think he paid him out of pocket. I think they had such a good time. They went back to his tailgate.
Because I think that's, though, the people that the McElhenneys and everything, like,
that's who they are.
That's who they are.
They're nice people. And they're Philadelphians, and they wanted to hang out with the Eagles fans. So I called Vince. I go, yo, dude, when's the flight? He goes, it got delayed till nighttime. They told us at 1 a.m. And you know what? He was like, I don't care. I'm hanging out in New Orleans for another day. So to your point, you'd get one more dinner.
Night? They went back at night?
Yeah, back at night.
Oh,
so you had basically all afternoon.
Well, you would have been back at Empanola.
Ah, dude, yeah, big Empanola fan.
You would have been at Cafe Du Monde again.
Would have done that. I would have done.
You would have done all those things,
man.
I am. I just feel the glow of people yesterday out and about. I was out at beautiful Sloan Toyota yesterday.
Yep.
Everybody, not a lot of work getting done yesterday. Even though I did pick up the car, there was a lot of people still celebrating.
Yeah, I don't blame.
Smile on the face.
I don't blame anybody who had a slow work day yesterday.
I think it's awesome.
I think it's well deserved. So Andrew DeCecco is going to be joining us coming up for the entire 8 o'clock hour today. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPN and WPN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. John's got a question for us that I'll ask in a few minutes. Again, our topic today: does any of it matter anymore when it comes to debating who's better at this, who's better at that? When Jalen Herz, who is constantly talked about as not as great as this quarterback and that quarterback, arm strength, speed, reading defenses, you name it. What does it matter? He's been to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, and he's now a Super Bowl champion and a Super Bowl MVP. So you can't even say that Saquon carried him to winning the Super Bowl when he was the best player on offense. He was the best player on the team. Does any of it matter? And if you just want to keep on celebrating the Super Bowl,
we're fine with that, too.
Yeah, of course. Especially
we're having plenty of that.
Especially if you were there. Let's go to Edith in Chester. Miss Edith, I just saw the photos you sent me. I hope you had the time of your life.
Oh, my God, Andrew. You talking about electricity? OMG. 40 to 22, nobody thought it. That it was even possible.
Edith, talk about, the energy from beginning of the day through the game. I mean, it must have been amazing before the game, being with so many Birds fans there.
It was so crazy, and we had plans. I went down with my goddaughter and godson, and we had everything kind of planned out. We did some. The parade was awesome down there. We went to some of the bars. I don't drink, but I had such a good time with everybody there. And every place we went, it wasn't a place down there that you didn't hear that chant. I'm just getting my throat back now, my voice back, because I'm telling you, it was electric down there. Bourbon Street was nuts. You couldn't even hardly get through there. It was so crazy, so many people, and it was mostly all of us. I didn't see that many Chiefs.
So what about the Superdome itself? Like, all accounts we've been getting is it was an Eagles crowd.
It was an Eagles crowd. It was an Eagles crowd. I mean, we chanted that song. I'm telling you, I'm so hoarse. I'm so hoarse, but I'm so happy to be able to, in my lifetime, to be able to experience that.
Again.
I really am.
Again. Because that's
but she was at the game.
You see, this is different.
Time.
Yeah, this isn't a Super Bowl in Minnesota.
Right.
This is New Orleans.
Right. Edith, listen, we're so happy for you. We're so glad that you made it down. You're enjoying a retirement pretty well, Edith. I love that.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Every day. And I'm glad. And it doesn't. And what you were asking about, it don't matter, because Jalen Hurts is a winner. He's a winner.
Yep, we're ending sports media today. Thanks for the call,
Super
Edith.
Bowl champion Jalen Hurts. And two, I think, too, it matters with the whole Super Bowl experience, and I said it to you. In Arizona, you had to literally drive 35 minutes to get from where like Radio Row was and all the stuff where people were staying, or then to maybe 20 minutes to go to 10 minutes to go to Scottsdale, 35 minutes to go to the stadium. New Orleans, everything is there.
Yeah, it's right there.
It's right there. The party is right there. There's no one singular party spot. Next year is in Santa Clara. And I can only tell you, it's 45 minutes.
Yeah.
If you're lucky with traffic, it's 45 minutes from where the activities are to where the game is.
We'll get to next year when we get to next year.
It's just not the same.
When they're going for their repeat.
The point is New Orleans
Dynasty.
is New Orleans for a Super Bowl venue. Everything is there.
And
everything's.
You
the
told
players
us from the
love
beginning it's the best place for
I
the
think it's
Super
the
Bowl.
best.
You were spot on with that, Johnny.
I think it's awesome.
All right, tell us about this author topic here.
Okay, well, I mean, is that like if you're saying to yourself now, the story when you look back, and I know you like to read, and everybody wrote a story in their head about watching the 2024.
Who'd you say you likes to read?
Don't you like to read stuff?
I like to read articles. I haven't read a book.
Didn't you read all those books about people being wizards and
well, yeah,
all that stuff?
I was in like elementary school, middle school, high school.
I think a lot of people read Harry Potter.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're watching the 2024 Birds and you think of that as a story that will unfold, that you will tell your children about, tell your family about, who was the author of the book?
Jim Murphy.
Inner excellence guy.
That's
Is
right.
the author of the book, is it Jalen Hurts?
No.
Is it Nick Sirianni?
Can he be a co-author?
Is it
You got to pick one.
Is it Howie? Is it Howie?
It's Howie
Is it-
Roseman.
If I have to pick one, it's Howie
You
Roseman.
say it's
Easily.
right. To me, this book is Howie Roseman's book.
Yeah,
This book is Howie Roseman's. If I would actually,
or Vic Fangio.
I would like to. Yeah, but he brought Vic Fangio here.
Yeah.
He made the hire of Vic Fangio. No matter whatever kind of fiction you will hear about Nick Sirianni making that hire.
Or if Sirianni did it, then Howie originally hired Sirianni. Like,
And
it
it
all
is-
comes back to Howie.
This is the Howie book. I would actually like to hear the audio book of the 2024 Eagles story, narrated by Howie Roseman, with the behind-the-scenes stories of how this entire roster came about. But I want the book to begin on the disaster of 2023.
Yeah, it has to.
Because, I mean, to me, this book, this story of this Eagles team is less lightning in a bottle like the 2017 champions. This one is more of a story of the creation of a madman
Yeah.
who literally saw his building burning down and figured out how to fix it and fix it fast. And to me, I would love to hear the story of the 2024 Eagles, authored by Howie Roseman.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm for it because he did rebuild this team. I mean, you think about the most impactful players this year were additions.
Oh, yes.
Saquon Barkley was the most impactful player on offense for the entire season. Jalen Hurts wins Super Bowl MVP, but for the entire season, the most impactful player on offense was Saquon Barkley. The most impactful player on defense, other than Jalen Carter, who he drafted, was probably Zach Bond.
And then
who they acquired this offseason. Now, Vic Fangio's a big reason for that, maybe the reason for it, but he brought Vic Fangio back. You want to talk about relationships? Vic Fangio left here to go to Miami because of the Jonathan Gannon situation. Vic came right back, gladly. Came right back to Philadelphia. So that's a kudos to Howie Roseman keeping relationships. Your draft picks of Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, we saw how much different the defense was this year.
Completely.
Every major impact player was an addition from Howie Roseman, either this offseason or just a couple of years ago. A.J. Brown signing, Devontae Smith draft.
He navigated, honestly, and I'll call it in my opinion, he navigated a very selfish guy in his own locker room that caused problems last year, that led to the problems. Him I'm not coming back. You got to get rid of me. In a Hassan Reddick. Mm-hmm. He ends up making a gigantic swing and miss on Bryce Hall.
Yeah, that's true.
He gets there's stories of mistakes. There's stories of navigating, malcontents. There's stories of hiring the right guys And I truly believe if they hadn't gone to the Super Bowl 2 years ago, 2023 never happens. Because the 2023 season was based on you lose 2 coordinators, which no team had ever done. No team had gone to the Super Bowl and lost both coordinators. And then he had to go to Big Lots. And he had to hire 2 creams, 1 sugar, and a
Brian
guy like
Johnson.
Sean Desai. And he went and does that.
Yeah. Listen, Howie Roseman is undisputed the greatest front office executive in remotely Andrew and I's lifetime, and arguably in Philadelphia sports history. He is a lock for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He has given us an amazing, amazing gift with the way he's run this franchise.
I'd give Pat Gillick a close second.
No.
How many did Pat Gillick win?
No, not even in close.
He won 1.
Pat
Okay,
Gillick
well,
had-
Howie's gone to 3 and won 2.
Pat Gillick, I will tell you right now, Pat Gillick, yes, he had a nice run, but Pat Gillick benefited from Ed Wade, who
That's a
gets
good
no
point.
credit. I mean, and so Howie Roseman benefited from nobody but Howie Roseman.
He was held back by a coach.
He was.
Chip
And
Kelly
he
literally
still
threw him in
did
it.
it.
No,
Howie-
I'm not, he is
the
number
GOAT.
1. I'm just saying.
Howie Roseman is the greatest executive in this town's history, and it's not close.
No, it's
not
not.
remotely
It's
close.
not even
All right.
close.
All right. Come on, man.
You're smarter than you look, Connor.
Thank you.
Got spring training soon.
We'll get to baseball
Pitchers,
season.
catchers
This is about
reporter.
Howie season, baby.
Yeah, I'm
Dude,
tired.
Howie season's all year. Howie season never ends, man.
Hey, the pressure's turned up on those boys.
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy to take responsibility
yeah,
for all of that.
absolutely. All right, so coming up next, Saquon Barkley spoke on Nick Sirianni and his leadership. If you want to talk about the author discussion that we just had, we all agree it's Howie Roseman, but Nick Sirianni, maybe Nick Sirianni did the forward of the book because he's a big part of it.
I'd rather have Vic Fangio write the forward.
Well, he kept the team together, especially later on in the year where it looked like it could have gone the wrong way quickly. Saquon Barkley spoke on Nick Sirianni. We'll talk about that next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Philadelphia 76ers. Sixers win.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic, on this Championship Tuesday morning, as I continue to make John Kincade smile by saying that. Andrew DeCecco will be joining us for the entire 8 o'clock hour today, and Amy Fadul for the entire 9 o'clock hour today. So until then, a lot of chance for you to chime in on the text line, phone line. If you're still celebrating the Eagles Super Bowl, I don't know why you wouldn't be. We'd love to just hear your overall celebration. But, of course, chime in on today's topics as well. And one of the ones that we just brought up was who was the author of the 2024 season. And across the board, we all agree with Howie Roseman. But I do wonder how much of an influence Nick Sirianni should have had. Maybe could he be editor? You said he can't do the forward. You think Vic Fangio's the forward.
I want the forward written by Vic Fangio because I think it would be very matter-of-fact, very – now, I got people on here telling me if it's the audio book, it's got to be Jalen Hertz doing the, being the one that narrates.
No. If we're doing narrating, it's Jordan Mailata.
Yes, we 100%.
Yeah, dude, I want that Aussie accent.
See, you want the Aussie accent. See, I got it. It's got to be, to me, it's got to be Howie because I have to hear, because Howie was the mastermind behind all of this.
Let's just make it a new guy every chapter.
I like that.
Give Lane one.
It's the whole
Give BG
team.
one. Like, give it to everybody. This team is incredible.
Let Jason Kelsey have one.
No.
Jason got his.
And I'm going to tell you this point blank. I'm going to say it now because I'm tired of this nonsense. I do not want to see Jason Kelsey upstage this event.
No, he's not going to.
He's not
Okay.
going to.
There's no shot.
I don't believe that he will. I think he'll be on a float.
I don't
he
even
should
think
be on
will
a float.
No,
he
he'll be on a
should
float.
be.
You think so?
You have
I do.
Eagles
Eagles legends all be on the float. Sure.
Yeah, will they?
They all
Okay.
should be. No, Jason Kelsey deserves maybe even his own float.
I got you.
Because he's beloved and everything like that. I just don't want to see anything other than the 2024 Eagles being the ones that get the center of attention on parade day.
Yeah, like my only reason I'm cool with him being on float, that wasn't like I don't want him. I could see him saying like no, just simply because he wants to give the space to the team. But if they have like a float with legends, absolutely
no,
he's
he'll be on
there.
a float.
No, I think he deserves his own. I mean, he said because he was such a big part of the last one, and he also promotes the brand
Right,
of
all
the
the
Eagles
time.
heavily.
Yeah.
I just don't want anyone upstaging the 2024 Eagles.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I want this to be about this year's team.
Yeah,
And
I wouldn't worry
and I
about
think,
that.
Like I know Nick Foles will probably be there, right?
Maybe
With the legends. I mean, I know we're going to see Brian Dawkins, right? We're going to see all the legends of this team.
Trot will be there.
Dude,
Right.
absolutely. Yeah,
And so-
Trott's definitely going to be there. He'll be on the same flow with his son.
By
Did
the
you
way-
see Junior did the axe chop after it must have been a tackle on a kickoff.
I must have missed it.
Yeah, I saw some video because I didn't see it on the broadcast, but he did the axe chop and people went nuts
I
like
just
other
love,
players.
I
There
think
was
we
a,
need to
there was
save
a
that for big
photo.
events.
There was a photo that was really cool, obviously, of when the Eagles won in 2004 to get to the Super Bowl, of him holding Trot Jr. And then there was a photo of Trot picking up his son after winning the Super Bowl.
Oh, my gosh.
And I actually, here, ready? Oh, no.
That's
no.
fantastic.
I have it right here in front of me. I want you to look at it because John Kincade cries. at
I
this
do
kind of
cry.
Stuff. So here's the photo of Trot with baby Trot Jr.
Okay, I see that.
And then here's the one from Sunday, holding the son again. Dude, it's beautiful, man.
That gets you misty.
I asked John this question yesterday, kind of during our post-show headlines. Why does sports make us so emotional?
It's important to us. It means
I know.
everything.
No,
I
know.
think we connect with the. I think, you know why? I don't know. I said I don't know the four or five of the people that I met yesterday at the car dealership. I don't know them, but I felt like I knew them.
Right.
As we're sharing personal stories about the game and everything. It's like I think that's what it is. It moves you to a sense of community and a sense of belonging with other people that you don't know.
Yeah,
And
you're
by the
hugging
way-
strangers.
And by the way, that you don't have anything in common with potentially. You know, I think that's what sports is. It's that community of, I may not agree with you on religion or politics or whatever, but you know what? It doesn't give a damn because we're all part of the same family.
To that point, not to bring politics in this, but when they showed the president on the screen, the bar we were at, there were half cheers,
and half booze.
half booze.
In the stadium, it was mostly cheers.
But I will say this. When the Eagles scored a touchdown,
It's everybody together.
everybody hugged each other.
That's the,
You know
and
what I
that's
mean?
the key, is that there's a sense of community about sports that, yeah, we may disagree about individual performances on a given day, but we're all part of the same family. We're all part of the same team.
And that's beautiful.
And I'll tell you, yesterday, I got misty a couple times just watching things that and I'm sure that's going to happen.
It's
Less
dude, it's
less
gonna-
than the
it's gonna
first
happen.
time, though.
It's going to happen Friday.
Less than the first time, though.
I hear you.
Because this one I feel like I completely expected, and this one to me was more of a just, oh boy, was that nasty.
Dude, the game was over at halftime.
I think that I have more smiles of emotion about this one.
Yeah, because we were smiling in the first quarter.
Yes.
Saquon Barkley, this was him. I think this was from 2 days ago, but here he is.
It's post-game, yeah.
Post-game, all right. Here he is talking about the leadership qualities of head coach Nick Sirianni.
He's a leader, man. He's the leader of the team, and he sets the tone every single day. I'm so thankful for him. I appreciate his honest conversations, and he holds accountable, too. That's important. He holds accountable, and he talked about this, and he put it in the beginning of the year, said we can do this, we can accomplish it, and here we are.
Hearing the chant in the background, that's beautiful. But does that do anything for you? Like, does that add to Nick Sirianni's job duties when it comes to the book? Now, he should not be editor because he won't cut down much.
Yeah, I mean, if Nick Sirianni's the book, it's going to be War and Peace. Because he, again, even though he's gotten much better.
He's got
much tighter on the word
Dude,
salad.
he sounded like he partied his ass off.
It's unbelievable.
2 nights ago during his press conference yesterday. He sounded like he had a late night, dude. I love that. Good for Nick, man. Good for you. All right, coming up next, we talked about Jalen Hurts and the relationship and how it's changed since they won the Super Bowl with the fan base. We just talked about Nick Sirianni there. How much has it changed there? The relationship with Eagles fans and Nick Sirianni now that he is a Super Bowl champion, how much has it changed? You can text and call him 610-632-0975. Also, I think something was confirmed about the anonymous life of Jalen Hurts.
Confirmed, huh?
Yes. Big Disney guy. We'll discuss it next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
It means everything to Hertz. I'm Connor Thomas, and as we continue to enjoy the post-Super Bowl celebration and the victory tour begins, we got to hear from Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts yesterday. 2 pretty tired guys that earned their partying the night before. And the media asked them questions about winning it all. Jalen Hurts, the Super Bowl MVP, said bringing a championship back to Philly means everything.
When you play a team sport like we play, so many things are built, so many lives are changed, all from the energy and efforts that are put into it. And so to be able to bring a championship back to Philadelphia means everything.
Next up for all of us, it's Parade Day on Friday, so the biggest celebration of them all will take place on Broad Street. It'll be a happy Valentine's Day here in Philadelphia. The Sixers take on the Raptors tonight at 7 p.m. That game will be live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Joel Embiid said over the weekend he may have another surgery on his left knee if it continues to bother him. We'll keep you updated on that throughout the season. Flyers are off till Saturday as the Four Nations face-off takes place. Andrew DeCecco will join us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. Amy Fadul the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update's brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that's built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
that I did not tell you and Connor.
What's that?
The sweatshirt that I had been wearing under my Brian Dawkins jersey over the last 8 weeks of the season. They won when I wore it.
Okay.
And I just never stopped wearing it. Now, I washed it. This was not like the Eagles sweatshirt in 2017-18 where I
you're
didn't
married
wash
now.
it.
Your wife's not going to let you
Yeah,
have something
exactly.
stinky around like
but
that.
because I washed it once, I did the same thing. After every game, I threw it in the wash right away. So I still got a little superstitious
Wait a minute,
stuff.
every game you wash a sweatshirt? Really?
Yeah, I watch the Saquon Barkley jersey I wear every game.
You wash it every game.
Yeah.
Do you wear a T-shirt under it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you wash the jersey every... I'm just surprised by that. I would not... If
No,
I'm
the
wearing
sweatshirt.
Okay, so you're wearing a sweatshirt.
Yeah, and then I put my Dawkins jersey over top. But the sweatshirt, and it's funny, I'm surprised you never guessed it because I actually kind of hinted at it.
Okay.
When Mikey Miss was ripping you for the Red October sweatshirt from this past playoff.
Right, which he says I cannot wear in public.
I said to you, unless it's under something. I had been wearing that Red October sweatshirt from this past playoffs.
Okay.
Which was a horrible playoff run for the Phillies that ended way too fast. For whatever reason, because it's so comfortable. It is the most comfortable sweatshirt.
It is
in the
really
world.
nice. Yeah, it's really nice.
I decided that would be the sweatshirt that I would wear under my B-Dog jersey on game day, which sounds like horrible juju.
But you had been doing it.
And?
So. Whatever works, man.
And they won the Super Bowl. I wore it Sunday.
Okay, wait a minute. Where did you watch other games? You're wearing a sweatshirt under a jersey in the house?
Yeah.
Now, the other night you were at a Patty Wags.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, it could be.
Well, think
you never
about-
know if it's going to be drafty or not. In the house, you're wearing a sweatshirt with a jersey. That's just shot. Again, I wore a T-shirt.
You don't wear a
T-shirt.
sweatshirt at your house?
No, I wore a T-shirt with the jersey over it. And by the way, you can help thank me. I chose the Devontae Smith jersey.
Good
to
work
watch the
by
Super
you.
Bowl.
Yeah, good work.
So that one, I'm just surprised. No, I don't wear sweatshirts in my house.
Really, Connor?
I do almost exclusively.
I'm a big,
Really?
big sweatshirt at the house guy.
No, I just don't. I like the thermals. Like,
What do you
know,
have
like
your
the thermal.
thermostat set at?
You don't want to know in our house. Highest
Yeah.
would be 64, 65.
What?
Oh, that's low.
I'm
Mine's
serious.
66. I thought that was low.
I do
Y'all are
not
crazy.
like heat. Drives me out.
All right. I thought I was low.
No, we
All right.
how about this? Oh, at night, 60.
You bring it down. I hear you.
60 sleeping.
That's crazy. But hey, you
Oh,
got
my
to do what
gosh.
you got to do to keep the superstition.
So,
I'm mustache free
October.
for the first time in a month and a half.
By the way,
Congratulations.
thank you.
We
have
The
needed that
magic
to
mustache brought the Super Bowl.
We have a good. You know what? If that's over, the Miles Teller era is almost over too. 240 minutes of postseason football for the Birds.
Yep.
And Paul Hembo from ESPN and Westchester, Pennsylvania. The Eagles trailed for 5 minutes 43 seconds.
That's wild, dude.
That's amazing. That was dominance.
That's actually insane.
5 minutes 43 seconds. They trailed. That's incredible.
They
Okay,
were
if I said to you
spectacular
right
from
now,
start to finish.
if I said to you right now, when did they trail?
They trailed against Washington to
Yeah,
start because they got
early.
the field goal. And did they trail against the Rams at all? Because they didn't trail in the Packers game once.
They didn't trail the Rams, I don't think.
So-
it was just
or
Commanders.
did they trail 7-6 to the Rams?
They
Did
might-
Jake miss because of the extra point?
Yeah.
Jake the miss one.
So it was because of one opening drive, which they could have scored 7 on, and they kept the Commanders to 3.
Oh, and by the way, the next play from scrimmage was Saquon to the house.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, so
And then a missed extra point where they ended up going up in that game and being up comfortably.
not that comfortable.
Well, comfortably until the end. They
Dude,
were
I
up
was gonna
comfortably
say
at one
not
point.
that,
Who
not
said-
that comfortably, that Rams
Yeah,
game.
that game was over.
All right, real quick. I believe it is confirmed Jalen Hurts, big Disney guy.
I think it's absolutely confirmed.
So we talked about this yesterday when we played the I'm going to Disney World. It was the biggest smile I'd ever seen. I saw him smile more saying I'm going to Disney World than when it was told that he was winning the MVP of the Super Bowl. When he was given the Lombardi Trophy, he didn't smile as much as when he said, I'm going to Disney World. So yesterday, Jalen Hurts, he already went. And the videos of him on the rides was awesome. The Tron ride.
well, you saw him really enjoying himself.
He looked like a kid. And so he was on a float. They put the MVP on the float and they go around and they wave to the people. And there were tons of Eagles fans at Disney World.
There were.
I don't know how you're booking a trip to Disney because that's a well thought out trip. You know, it's an expensive trip. You're booking Super Bowl week.
Well, all the people in New Orleans probably just like woke up. You rent a car, you just drive it over.
No, I think no. Those people were already there, dude.
How close do you think New Orleans is to Orlando?
6 hours? 7?
No.
Those people were already there, man.
Oh, man.
So Hertz is on the float, and they give him the microphone, and listen to what he has to say. It's awesome. Jalen Hurts sounds like an awesome dude in this, but there's something in the middle that confirms my belief that he's a big Disney guy. Take a listen.
E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles!
Awesome.
It's a hell of a crowd out here. I just want to say thank you for the support. Being here is such a blessing. You dream about coming here as a kid and to be in paradise with you great fans, all the great support. Eagles everywhere, across the world. Thank you for the support, and we brought it home to Philly. One more time. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles!
By the way, first off, great cadences.
MVP!
Great cadences on the E-A-G-L-E-S. Great job. You know, this guy's a pro.
He's got cadence.
With the chain. He drops a go birds on you. But notice he talks about Disney. Every kid dreams of coming here to paradise. He's a big Disney guy.
I'm telling you, it's fun. We did it a lot because spring training for the Braves was there.
Yes.
So we do 2 weeks of spring training, beginning of spring training, end of spring training. And so the girls used to come down and everything. And then my girls would want to come down again. By the way, I like this one here from Kevin. Kevin says, do not let Connor Thomas ever drive the Eagles team bus because they will arrive to games 10 hours late.
That's true.
Oh, no, I drive fast. We'll be there 10 hours early.
He says it's around 11 hours from New Orleans.
Yeah, it's a bit of a
11
hike.
hours.
Yeah, just rent a car, drive 9 hours from New Orleans when you probably didn't sleep after winning the Super Bowl.
650 miles.
Oh, that's light work. I could do that in 5.
So is Jalen Hurts' guilty pleasure like watching Disney Pixar movies?
No, you remember though, you don't have to be a big Disney movie guy to be a big Disney guy.
That's a good point.
Disney World to me is like to me, I love Magic Kingdom.
Yeah.
I love Magic Kingdom.
So does Jalen, man.
I'm not that crazy about Epcot. And everybody loves Epcot. I'm not that
like
crazy
to drink
about
around
Epcot.
the world. That's
I'm not
all
that,
people care about.
I like Hollywood Studios better than Epcot, even with all your cosplayer people.
Yeah, I'm with you.
On the rides at the Star Wars rides where I got people going on the rides dressed people who came to the park.
I'm not a Star Wars guy. So
let people enjoy.
Isn't that the same thing?
Don't pin me. No. Come on, man.
I thought you cosplayer people were all the same.
You guys can settle that later, but I think this is not a Jalen Hurts as a Disney guy thing. Like, I think we are going to see a very different Jalen Hurts for the next couple months. I think we're going to see smiley Jalen Hurts. I think we're going to see happy Jalen Hurts. We're going to see more emotion out of this guy.
We saw it before the Super. Like the 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl was a different Jalen Hurts, man. To your point.
He was so poised going into that game, and he was even more poised during the game.
Yeah, he hears the criticism. He talked about it after the game.
Yeah.
The critics fueling him. This is the vindication of him individually. Do you know how great it feels to be someone who was like defending? I'm not talking about myself individually, but someone who had defended Jalen Hurts through his entire career, believing he could be this guy. Imagine how great it feels to be the individual who did it. He's going to have a victory tour. Now, it will be more understated than probably a guy like Nick Sirianni or something like that, but we're going to see a different Jalen Hurts for the next couple months as he drinks this in.
I think he's going to – that's one thing. I think next season it'll be right back to being Jalen Hurts.
He's going to snap right back in.
In fact,
God, yeah.
I'm of the belief that it might actually be dialed up a bit.
Because he wants more. Now that he knows what it tastes like, he wants the whole steak.
Just watching the whole Coach Saban thing. And I remember asking him once, Coach, do you actually enjoy these championships? And he goes, I don't need you to police what I enjoy.
Yeah.
He said, you know what I enjoy? Winning another one.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, I'll do it. I think Jalen's sort of wired the same way.
I'm sure Saban's enjoying his $7 million shore house, too.
Oh,
Keep the main thing.
That one probably helps.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, we hear from you also, our second opinion segment. Last one of the year. That's the only thing that I'm sad about, that football is over.
A little sad.
But, did you see my tweet about Cooper yesterday? I picked him up from daycare, and I always ask the teachers.
Yes.
I go, how was his day? They said, well, he cried this morning, and he said, I don't want the Eagles to be over. And I was like, that's my boy. And then he and I had to have a talk about how this was the greatest ending possible to an Eagles season.
It is.
And we had fun with that one. But yes, final second opinion segment where we look back to the game, some things that we didn't talk about yesterday, which we didn't talk much about the game itself yesterday because we were just celebrating with you, which we can continue at 610-632-0975. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this championship Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli, Bill Colarulo, and Ray Dunn.
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Get back to our texts and our calls here momentarily, but we've been doing this every Tuesday, or depending on when the game was. If the game was on a Thursday, we did it on a Monday. But the second show after a game, we do something we called our second opinion segment.
You might not always agree with what you hear. Sometimes you need a second opinion. Brought to you by the consultants in medical oncology and hematology.
Tell us about them, Johnny.
I'm here because of them. Can I make it any better? I survived cancer because of them. And I was just thinking, I had my quarterly testing on Thursday after the show. I would have had to reschedule if the parade was Thursday. I had never even given that any thought. But you know what? They would have worked with me. They would have taken care of me. They're great people.
Definitely would have. All right, you want to start with your second opinion from this Super Bowl Sunday?
It's one of the reasons I watched the 15-minute game yesterday, just to get a handle on it. I talked about it a little bit earlier, but I really didn't think that necessarily in the Rams game, and even some of the times in the Washington game, that the offensive line had done their best job pass protecting for Jalen Hertz.
Right.
Sunday.
Oh, my God.
I don't want you can't say flawless, but it was just about flawless. But Jalen Hurts' ability to step up in the pocket, and more importantly, his ability to understand with the Spidey senses, Spidey's not Disney, right? To take off. His ability to pick the opportunities of when to run. You will never see a better game out of Jalen Hurts of deciding time to run. This is the second I need to run.
72 yards rushing.
But he picked the perfect times to scramble, the perfect times to step up in the pocket and take off. He crushed their souls the other day. But the offensive line, great job in the pass pro.
Yeah, they were great. And look, part of the times where it didn't look great, Spags was sending everybody.
He sent everybody.
Right, and so you got to get the ball out quick. That interception was not the offensive line's fault, right? That was on Jalen.
Yeah. By the way, Spider-Man is Disney. They share the rights.
Oh, now they share the rights.
So they share the rights.
Great work.
All right, I'm going to give you something that's...
I didn't know any of that, Connor.
Not necessarily from the game itself, even though it does involve Devontae Smith, who scored a touchdown.
All right.
So Nick Kelly, he covers Alabama. He's an Alabama beat writer. All right?
He is very good, a good writer.
So he did a big story on Devontae Smith.
Okay.
Because, obviously he's still looking for content from the big game. Devontae Smith has now scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl, the National Championship game, the SEC Championship game, the Rose Bowl, Orange Bowl, Iron Bowl. Devontae Smith's trophy cabinet at the age of 26, in case you're trying to figure out if you've accomplished anything in your life, 1 Super Bowl, 2 national championships, a national championship offensive MVP, a Heisman Award, a Maxwell Award, a Walter Camp Award, a Paul Hornung Award, an AP College Football Player of the Year, a Sporting News College Football Player of the Year, an SEC Male Athlete of the Year, and an SEC Offensive Player of the Year. All at the age of 26. We've talked about how A.J. Brown is probably going to go down as the greatest Eagles wide receiver ever.
I think he will.
Devontae Smith will go down as number 2. And Devontae Smith is putting together a football resume. Obviously, Pro Football Hall of Fame is a little bit different. Like basketball, it's the Basketball Hall of Fame. So you don't have to have an NBA career and still get into the Hall of Fame. You can have a career that spans maybe playing the Euro Leagues and also the NBA, maybe player as a coach. But Devontae Smith is going to get into some sort of Hall of Fame because this guy has been doing it in high school, college, and now at a very high level of the pros.
How about we're blessed to be able to want to watch these guys for the next 4 years?
We got it.
I mean, honestly.
And Devontae Smith longer.
And Devontae Smith longer.
He'll probably do it till he's 33.
No, but I'm talking about the contracts.
At a high level.
Milata, Dickerson, all of these guys just locked down.
All right, Connor, what else?
So I'm going to talk about a guy that he got his shine all year, but we haven't really mentioned him too much in the Super Bowl. And the reason we didn't mention him is because he wasn't really mentioned on the broadcast. Patrick Mahomes did not even glance at Quinyon Mitchell. Didn't even look his way. Now, I know he didn't have a lot of time to do so, but there was a play early in the game before that game turned into a blowout where Mahomes was cocking his arm back to go deep down the left side of the field, trying to take a deep shot, and he took the ball away and just said, okay, I'm not throwing it there, stepped up in the pocket. I forget what the result of the play was. But Quinyon Mitchell in the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, it wasn't even a topic of conversation.
I don't know. He did give up a touchdown when it was 31-0.
Oh, stop it.
He did give up a touchdown.
Well, it's 34-0.
34-0. It was to Xavier Worthy. He wasn't not that great of an effort there by Quinyon.
Don't even do that to my guy Q. He's unbelievable. Cooper DeJean gets the shine because of the pick six, and he should. But Quinyon Mitchell is outstanding.
That entire secondary, to your point, right? Like we talked about Isaiah Rodgers yesterday. He had that great jump on the route where he almost picked it off. We saw Darius Slay. Again, like what did Darius Slay's name was barely mentioned. He made a big tackle. I saw Darius Slay make a big hit during the game. I was like, wow, we don't see that often.
Hugh lit somebody up.
That's right.
But listen, when you get home with 4, a lot of those have to be considered coverage pressures or coverage sacks, especially against a guy as mobile as Mahomes.
Yeah.
The secondary was just as good as the defensive line.
Those guys did it all game, and you know what? All season long.
It was unbelievable. And we thank the consultants in medical oncology and hematology. I tell you about the practice all the time, and we thank them for being a part of our show and a part of this station's family. It's pretty amazing. They're really great at what they do, and I can tell you they can help save your life.
Absolutely. All right, that was fun, reliving some of the Super Bowl. What do we got on the text line this morning, Connor, on any of our topics or just overall excitement to say that the Eagles are 2-time Super Bowl champions?
No name on this one, but they say what a victory it was. What a great team win. Yesterday, we could tell the Chiefs' defensive plan, and I know you guys talked about it, was all out trying and keeping safe from breaking one and trying to force Jalen to win us that game. To all the haters out there, that's exactly what number 1 did. Go Birds.
No, literally, anytime you thought that they may have had him, he found a way out of it.
It looked like it, yeah. It looked like there was like you would have opportunities, and he took care of business.
You and I,
so awesome.
You and I talked off air about this yesterday. I think it was during our post-show headlines. Check it out on our YouTube feed. Like that.
Yeah, I hope more people are doing that. Check it out on the web.
Like, has it hit you more yet? And I told Johnny when I was driving into work yesterday, it was that, I'm by myself. It's quiet. My ears aren't ringing because Patty Wax, my ears were ringing. And I'm driving over the Walt Whitman Bridge, and I see the link. And then one stadium closer is Citizens Bank Park, and they had on the big screen the congratulations, Eagles, Super Bowl champions. Has it hit you more yet today? Did it hit you more yesterday? Like, the Eagles won the Super Bowl, man.
Today it got me a little bit. Yesterday, I'm not sure that I had 2 brain cells to rub together when I was coming in.
Yeah, you're still riding high and tired.
That was recovery day. But yeah, this morning driving in, it kind of got me a little bit. I spent maybe 3 hours straight just scrolling through Twitter videos last night of just, I don't know, compilations from fans, hype videos.
What was
interviews.
The one that moved you the most?
I mean, they all do, Johnny. They all do.
There wasn't
the
one that got like a little, you were like,
Mekhi Becton got me.
You know what? There was one, and it was a clip from A.J. Brown having a press conference when he was a member of the Tennessee Titans, talking about the the mental stuff that he has gone through.
He almost took his own life.
And to the guys that we think about as these great players, where it's just like, oh, how cool is this for Cooper DeJean at 22, or how cool is this for Jordan Mailata coming from Australia? But even like the main guys, the path that you have to go through to get there, to now say like our favorite players are Super Bowl champions, it's such a validation of the journey. It's emotional.
Yeah, and the Becton one, because of, think about it, he was considered a bust. He gets moved to right guard.
I got to tell you, everything with Mekhi Becton made me smile.
The video of him that the NFL Films did, they zoom in on his face. He's just staring at the confetti falling, and there's tears coming out of his eyes. And then he picks up confetti, and he's pouring it over his little kid's head. And I go, you know what, dude?
That was a great moment.
That's beautiful. That one got me yesterday. I'll be completely honest with you.
When somebody gets an opportunity and takes advantage of it, they're not lucky. Itself.
Hell yeah, man.
He did it, and he did it.
You know what? We are lucky, though, to have Andrew DeCecco.
He's lucky.
I worked that one in there.
He's lucky to have us, right?
He's got a nice, fresh white cap on.
That is really white.
Dude, that is the whitest hat I've ever seen in my life.
Yes.
You'll be watching that on YouTube coming up next.
Exciting white.
Andrew DeCecco joins us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Herz and Sirianni speak. I'm Connor Thomas, and we are continuing the celebration, basking in the glory of the Eagles Super Bowl 59 championship. The guys have started their victory tour, and yesterday we got to hear from Nick Sirianni and Jalen Herz, even if they were a little bit tired from the night before, answering questions from the media about winning the Super Bowl. Jalen said bringing a championship back to Philadelphia means everything.
When you play a team sport like we play, so many things are built, so many lives are changed, all from the energy and efforts that are put into it. And so to be able to bring a championship back to Philadelphia means everything.
The celebration isn't stopping anytime soon, but it'll reach a fever pitch on Friday. That's Parade Day, folks. It will be a great Valentine's Day here in Philly. The Sixers take on the Raptors tonight at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Joel Embiid said over the weekend he may have another surgery on his left knee if it continues to bother him. We'll keep an eye on that. Flyers are off till Saturday as the Four Nations face-off takes place. Andrew DeCecco joins the guys for the entire 8 o'clock hour. Coming up next, and Amy Fadul will join us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update's brought to you by True Green. Get a golf course quality lawn for less than you think. Sign up at truegreen.com. That's TRUgreen.com. True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Kincade Salciunas on a championship Tuesday morning. And he couldn't join us for the hour yesterday because yesterday was travel day. So now for the entire 8 o'clock hour, we are joined by our man Andrew DeCecco, who's got the cleanest white hat, ever. I've never seen a more pristine white cap ever. And because you're a journalist and you don't have a side in the game, it's the Super Bowl 59 hat, man. It's nice.
Thanks, man. Gang's all here. Yeah, look, when I look back on my career, I want to be able to say, yeah, you look at that hat, you grab it off the rack, and you say, yeah, I covered that game. So
yeah, I was going to do that with
Will
one
it be
of the
one that you put on the rack, though, as Steve, like I wore a hat yesterday in the air, and I will put that hat now, will go down in the Kincade on
Yeah,
a
but you're
shelf.
not a hats guy.
I'm not a hats guy. Will you wear that one again, or will you
here and there.
display?
Here and there. I just got it, and I liked it, and I wore it in the airport yesterday. So I figured I'd throw it on here.
I was going to
It's the
buy
first time I'm seeing you guys since we all reconvened since we convened in New Orleans.
We had a blast.
We had a lot of fun, man. I was going to buy one of the quarter zips, $125.
I'm a big quarter zip guy.
I know, same, but only because it had the logo on it. $125.
I promise you, though, the price will come down.
Oh no, I know.
When you go to a rally house this spring, some of the stuff will come down from the original pricing. So the stuff you were getting charged for in New Orleans, go to your rally house, you'll find it cheaper.
That's why I didn't buy it.
By the way, $10 cheaper. Friends of mine who bought the same shirt I got at Rally House was $10 more in the hotel in New Orleans.
Oh, is that right? See?
So go to your local rally. By the way, trucks coming into Rally House today.
Constantly.
So more hats, more T-shirts.
Well, everybody
so get
wants
on by.
it.
You're going to need it by Friday. You need to be dressed well.
So, Andrew, we're going to do today's headlines in a few minutes, but you were obviously at the Super Bowl. Was it really a home game for the Eagles?
It sounded like Lincoln Financial Field, if we're being honest. The loudness there was deafening. When the Eagles took the field, you could barely hear. So I got a lot of people that were texting me and saying, so what song did they come out to? It was What's My Name by DMX.
Yeah.
But I had tweeted that earlier in the morning that I thought that was going to be the song. But you couldn't even hear it on TV, apparently. It was that loud. And then whenever the Chiefs did anything, a couple guys taking the field, they mentioned the Kansas City Chiefs. They showed Taylor Swift on the big screen. The boos were thunderous, and that very much felt like a home game for Eagles.
I mean, it was unreal. And at one point during the pregame show, when you did your second call-in, you heard the Eagles chant coming through your phone. Like, this was
no
not a
quiet
corporate
place.
feel.
The Fox pregame show, you guys were doing your talented pregame show here on the station.
Some say more.
The Fox pregame show spent half of their pregame on Bourbon Street. They had a set.
Okay.
In the middle of the street, they were doing stuff, and then during the interview with President Trump and everything, they went to the stadium. They got them to the stadium, and then they did it the rest from the field there. The Eagles' chants were overpowering the broadcast. And you had Terry Bradshaw just going over and doing it with them because they were giving up. The Eagles fans were so loud.
Think about that. That's not Lincoln Financial Field on January 26th NFC Championship game. That's the Super Bowl, man.
Right.
So I'm going out to the concourse to do the second call about, I guess, an hour before the game.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to find the quietest place. I'm over there by like the exits, and I'm like, here comes. I can see it. There's like a bunch of people converging, and like, here comes another Eagles chant. I was like, I was just hoping to hear part of your question.
Yeah, well,
that's par for the course with a game like that.
You did a great job, and we're going to talk about this game a lot for you today. With you today, I want to get into some key moments from the game because they happened early and often. We'll get to those coming up in a little bit with you. What this game means to a lot of the individuals for the Eagles is a topic that we'll discuss with you in terms of just personal want or legacy, because that's a big topic as well when it comes to winning Super Bowls. But it is 8 o'clock. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN and WPEN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group Station. Broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. It is time for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What do we got, Mr. Thomas?
Well, the first headline, the Eagles still Super Bowl champs, just in case anyone forgot. We're going to go shot, then chaser. I promise there will be something to follow this one up, but there was some news over the weekend, and as we start to turn our attention towards what's up next in Philadelphia sports, Joel Embiid might have to have another surgery on his left knee at some point. Here's a little bit of what he talked about.
Sixers GM Daryl Morey this week said the organization is hopeful that there will come a time that the knee isn't an issue anymore, and Embiid said he believes that will be the case, but he said he thinks it will likely take another surgery and a long recovery period, something he didn't have after the initial injury last February.
Something he should have done last year.
Wait, what did he do?
Something he should have done last summer.
What did he do, John?
Something he should have done last summer Instead, he was self-indulgent and did his own crap and then took 7 weeks of vacation after the Olympics. He could have done this and not peed away the 2024-25 season. But thank God he got his gold medal for the third team that he begged to be on. It's an embarrassment. They knew this. He knew this.
I agree.
And he didn't do it. It's an embarrassment. And we're sitting through this Sixers season because of it.
We're not sitting through anything yet.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Listen.
That is, and praise him and give him the cheers and say it's great. He literally said F you to the entire fan base last summer. That's what he did. And by the way, to his teammates who came here to play with him, he said the same thing. Said the same damn thing to all of us.
That's the first thing I thought of.
It's the same thing.
Paul George coming here thinking he's going to have a shot.
How about Tyrese Maxey thinking like the other guys don't want to waste their prime and waste opportunities because another guy had to go do his own thing and had to do his own agenda. That had nothing to do with the team that pays him $50 freaking million a year.
As my old buddy Harry Mays would say, rack that. All right, keep that clip right there. That's collab worthy.
That's collab.
That should be on social media.
That was outstanding,
That
John.
was very well said.
I put it to you as soon as that.
Didn't know he had it in him. That was wow.
All right, that's the shot. You guys ready for the chaser?
Yeah, what do we got?
All right, so
Eagles are Super Bowl champions. Just gonna say that again.
I could just say that again, but in the wake of this, what's next? Like, I want to know what's the next thing on your guys' mind when the parade ends on Friday. Like, where do you go mentally as a sports fan, Andrew? For you as a professional that worked in that industry, like, just what is the wake of this momentous occasion for you?
All right, professional, you go first.
Yeah, that's a great question, Connor, and that's one of those events where almost it kind of closes the book on the 2024 season, even for me. But then I have to start focusing about on the NFL Combine, which is the end of February.
Yeah, that's 2 weeks.
So somewhere between the Combine and the start of free agency in the middle of March, I'm going to try and go someplace warm and kind of just process the whole season and go just try to relax a little bit.
Yeah, look, I'll be in baseball mode soon. I'm going to Clearwater in 5 weeks. So, like, once I get down there, I know we've talked about this and how they're running it back. They're still a very good baseball team, right? Like, they're going to win 90-plus games. And I'm excited for that. Do I wish they did more? Because I think the Dodgers are just going to walk their way to a World Series. Yeah, I do. But I'm going to be in baseball mode as soon as I get down there. But, man, I'll be honest. Like, I'm not joking when I say I want a dynasty in the city. So this is going to be a very busy offseason for the Philadelphia Eagles with turnover, guys that were here on one-year deals, guys that you expect to come back, guys that you expect to leave. Howie Roseman, and to his credit, doesn't sleep, does not have time to rest. He doesn't have that week-long getaway. He's got to start thinking about who they're acquiring next.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a pivotal draft for the Eagles because, like you said, they're not going to be able to re-sign everybody.
Right.
There's going to be some players that they emphasize bringing in, like Zach Bond. But, I mean, you're going to lose some really talented guys. I imagine Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, to name a couple. Becton, probably.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get tackle money, I would imagine.
I would imagine he's going to get paid.
But the Eagles do have Tyler Steen, who has stepped in, even in the Super Bowl, at right guard for a little bit. I think they're going to be okay there.
Johnny?
I feel very confident, though, that I'm just going to celebrate what we just went through. And then worry about next season with Andrew DiCecco after Friday. Like, to me, I'm in that mindset of after Friday, I'll be all in. But I have every confidence they're going to be just fine.
I wonder, remember last year or last time they won the Super Bowl, you've admitted it, that you were a little softer.
Guess what? I'm worried. I'm telling you right now, I'm worried about how soft this is going to make me.
Don't lose your edge, Johnny.
But I don't know,
well, not for Joel Embiid, obviously.
I do wonder if people realize that there could be more in the future with this team. I don't know how many people realize that. Nobody thought it was going to collapse the way that it did with Wentz. But, like, this team is built for more. So I wonder if people will have that attitude of wanting more.
I think they will, and I think that'll be part of the – I think that's part of the happiness of all this, though, is that now is anybody going to doubt Howie's going to pull it off?
No.
Exactly.
Blank check, Howie
And there was still doubt back then. Whereas now it's like –
now it's going to be
I believe in Howie Roseman.
I'm so excited.
All right, great job there with today's headlines.
I'm excited for Friday.
Connor.
Are you excited for Friday?
I've always wanted to cover. I've always wanted to cover a parade, and once I figure out logistics and how they're going to have us do it, then I'll start to be, that's something you check off your list as a journalist. That's awesome.
Well, we need you we're going to need you Friday morning with us. So we'll tell you
if he can make it work. Dude, that place is going to be mobbed down there.
Dude,
it depends on where they have us versus where they have you. They have you guys at a Cambria?
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe?
Yeah, that's where we're going to be.
Right?
So if you're going to be right down the street, come on over. If you have to be at the museum,
wherever you're going to
that's the thing. They have me at the art museum, and that's going to be a little bit of a difficult task.
So,
Well,
as Andrew just mentioned it, the Cambria. So, Super Bowl parade broadcast coverage. Johnny, I have it on the sheet here in front of me.
Wait a minute. You're telling me I'm broadcasting from a parade?
John Kincade finally gets to check that off his radio bucket list, man. Listen Friday for live coverage of the Eagles championship parade, beginning with us at 6 o'clock. Kincade and Salciunas into the Mike Missanelli show. We'll be broadcasting live from the Cambria Hotel, Philadelphia, 219 South Broad Street. The best show ever will also be on the road. So they're not going to be locked here in the studio.
That's
the best
nice.
show ever will be live from Pagano's Market and Bar in Commerce Square on Market Street in Center City, which is a special place in my heart because that's where we partied after the parade in Super Bowl 52. And remember the Dilly Dilly Philly Bud Light stuff.
Oh, yes.
It was all you can drink Bud Lights.
Pagano's is such a great spot.
It is a great spot.
It is a great spot.
Check out all the information, 975thefanatic.com. All right, Andrew DeCecco is with us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. Coming up next, we all know how big the Cooper DeJean pick 6 was. We're going to play you the Kevin Harlan call of it next because, my God, was that electric. But I also want to know, what were the other key moments in the game that turned it into a blowout? When the game starts at 0-0, a lot had to go on. Remember, the Eagles didn't score points on their opening drive. They had to get a stop, and they did. So what were some key moments that Andrew DeCecco took note of while he was watching the game? We get into that coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas on this Championship Tuesday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Our man Andrew DeCecco with us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. And we got a lot of things that we're going to get into because he was at the Superdome for Super Bowl 59. And I want to play this call for you. So Kevin Harlan is one of my favorite play-by-play guys.
Well,
and
he's outstanding.
He's incredible.
The guy is drunk, but
You know
there
why?
he goes.
Because he doesn't have to scream every single play.
No.
He's fantastic.
He's a true professional and can do multiple sports. And it's a shame that every Super Bowl, I'm sure he's paid handsomely from Westwood One, but
he is.
I wish he was on like a TV network. I still remember how bad Al and Chris were in Super Bowl 52.
They were. That was a terrible broadcast. I didn't think as much for Chris as I thought for Al.
I go back and I listen to Harlan's calls of Super Bowl 52 because they're so much better. I want to play you this moment because obviously this is probably the biggest moment for anybody when you're going to close your eyes and remember Super Bowl 59, the Cooper DeJean pick six. Here's how it sounded from Kevin Harlan on Westwood One.
It's a 3rd and 16 for the Chiefs, and a shotgun snap from their own 24. Rolling out of the pocket, Mahomes lines up. It's intercepted at the 40, and picked off by DeJean, who comes to the near side, the 30. Got it back to the 20, breaks the tackle, the 10, the 5, to the pylon. Touchdown! Eagles have got a pick six. It's Cooper DeJean, a 37-yard pick six of Patrick Mahomes. And the Eagles are just decimating Kansas City in this first half.
That's good. That's good word right there too.
That's a perfect call.
Dude, he is the best.
DeCecco, though, I mean, you did sort of. You didn't exactly.
Well, I told
call
Mike
that.
Vito that 33 was the number.
Yeah,
You did.
Yeah, you did.
You did.
You did.
And
So-
you know what? And Slay was not a problem. He didn't have any.
He didn't throw his
He didn't
way.
have any big plays.
He didn't
but
throw his way.
Well, they threw more at him than they did at
Mitchell.
At
Yeah.
Mitchell.
So
Right.
you hear that
But
call,
still.
and,
But
and-
Mike Vito said, give me a player who's going to have
There
an
was.
interception. And I said, yeah.
and you said 33 on the birthday boy, Cooper DeJean. First off, incredible crowd pop. Again, that goes back to the home field
Outstanding.
advantage. You hear the crowd go nuts when the interception happens, and then the finale when he scores the touchdown. But we know that that's like the biggest moment of the game. What other key moments before the game turned, and it was a blowout, and people. Connor and I did a watch party on South Street at Patty Wax. There were people leaving in the third quarter to make their way over to Broad Street already because the game was over. I like to see the confetti. Like, I'm not going to miss that. But what were some of the other key moments when you're watching this game and you're charting and you're taking your notes where you're going, all right, this is why this is happening. This is why this is happening.
I think it was on the first drive. Cooper DeJean makes a really nice tackle on a dump off to Xavier Worthy to stop him from getting up the field. I think he limited him to a yard. C.J. Gardner-Johnson had a couple good breaks on the football. This is one that we talked about during the pregame show. Actually, no, we talk about this on Radio Row. Jahan Dotson coming up with a 27-yard deep shot from Jalen Herz, which was perfectly placed.
That was one of your predictions, man.
Took him down to the 1-yard line, and they capitalized from there. Those were some of the plays early in that game that I really thought that I think that sort of led to the bigger plays. Oren Burks, by the way, it made some nice plays against the run as well. Some key stops, really shutting down Isaiah Pacheco, getting downhill. They're not going to show up in the box score, guys, but there's something that really jumped out to me, and I took note of.
Veteran move by Jahan Dotson going down at the 1 to make sure that Jalen Hurts is going to win MVP.
One of the things we talked about Friday at the end of the show, very end of the show, when we were giving our predictions and everything, is all of us in one way or another had something about my thing was I think Monday morning we would be talking about the Eagles defense leading them to a championship. And we all, in one form or another, talked about, well, I think the defense is going to really come up with something huge here or whatever. It was the defense, they delivered. They delivered everything that was expected of them, and honestly more.
Absolutely. And Britton Covey and I were thinking alike. If you see him, if you go to his Instagram story, there is a play there that highlights Nolan Smith really just blowing up the pulling guard. And he said, as soon as I saw that, I knew it was over.
Well, and he did that
because that just set the tone from a physicality standpoint.
in the Packers game. He knocks out the right tackle. He basically pops his shoulder out just by running into him.
He's one of the more violent 240-pound players you're going to see. When Nick Sirianni always talks about, when he talks about Nolan Smith, he talks about how physical and how tough he is. That play really epitomized
And
it.
it's amazing considering what happened last year. Like, he was a guy that would get to the quarterback and not finish. And so just think about what 1 year did for this guy. And I know you talked about it. He gained, what, like 12 pounds of muscle.
I think it was
this
only
offseason.
about 7 pounds, but it was about utilizing his hands better, finding a better plan of attack, and have a deeper, pass rush regimen that he could really lean into. And I think that he just got a little bit more savvy with his moves and a little bit more violent and intentional with his hand usage.
Did you ever see Patrick Mahomes look more uncomfortable in his life?
No, he looked flustered, and that was very apparent. Not only was the crowd noise, did the crowd jump on top of him, but Josh Sweat bearing down off the edge, Nolan Smith really blowing up offensive linemen, J-Lux Hunt swarming. He looked like he was seeing ghosts out there, kind of like Sam Darnold of 5-6 years ago.
There was a something from I did Kansas City radio yesterday, and there was something that my buddy Pete Mundo and them were talking about, that the Kansas City sections that their season ticket holders had access to.
Yeah.
There was like 50% Eagles fans.
Oh my God.
You had people who got in the sections that were literally groupings of Kansas City tickets, that those people ditched their tickets and sold them on the secondary market to Philly people.
Once you win 2 Super Bowls, it goes back to the hunger conversation.
That's what we talked about. I said, when you eat filet mignon and lobster tail for years, your fan base is not going to be as fired up to attend the big event because you feel entitled.
Right.
Hungry dogs run fast. This fan base, wow, did they show out. It was and it was wonderful all week.
They showed out and they showed up, man, and they gave the Eagles a huge advantage from the beginning.
You really do think
from
it
the
made
beginning?
A difference?
I think that the Chiefs wanted no part of it, and I may have mentioned it to you guys yesterday, but one thing it's a small thing that I noticed is that how loose the Eagles were. The Kansas City Chiefs were out on the field warming up well or much earlier than the Eagles were. I don't want to say well before, but the Eagles kind of stayed off their feet. They knew the routine. They tried to manage their time a little bit better. They learned
it was another
a lot.
Game, right?
They learned a lot. They treated it just like any other game, and I think that makes a world of a difference.
Nick Sirianni.
Yep, 100%.
That one goes in. Now that goes in the Nick Sirianni check column.
We got to get into the Nick Sirianni conversation. Hopefully
dude,
we do.
We absolutely will, man. And that's why I said, coming up next, how about this? What did this championship mean for some players and coaches on a personal level, but also for legacy discussion and respect? So, way to lead. It's like he has the show sheet, Johnny.
He doesn't.
Unbelievable.
Just a couple of football guys having a conversation.
Get into that coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas with Andrew DeCecco here on this Championship Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Herz and Sirianni speak Super Bowl. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing Philly the best comics of today and tomorrow, live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. In the wake of the Super Bowl 59 victory, we've started to hear a little bit from the players. Yesterday, a very tired Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts fielded questions from the media about winning the big one. And Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts said bringing a championship back to Philadelphia means everything to him.
When you play a team sport like we play, so many things are built, so many lives are changed, all from the energy and efforts that are put into it. And so to be able to bring a championship back to Philadelphia means everything.
And yes, they have done that, but the celebration, well, it hasn't happened in earnest yet. Parade Day is coming your way this Friday. It'll be a very happy Valentine's Day in Philadelphia. The Sixers take on the Raptors tonight at 7 p.m. live on The Fanatic. You can hear that game. Joel Embiid said over the weekend he may have another surgery on his left knee. If it continues to bother him, we'll keep you updated on that. Flyers are off till Saturday as the Four Nations face-off takes place. Andrew DeCecco will stay with the guys for the entire 8 o'clock hour. Amy Fadul will join us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update's also brought to you by Indeed.com. Stop struggling to get your job posts seen on other job sites. Indeed's sponsored jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Championship Tuesday morning. And we're joined by our man Andrew DeCecco for the entire 8 o'clock hour. And don't forget, the entire 9 o'clock hour we'll be joined by Amy Fadul. So can't wait for that as well. Andrew, you were obviously around the team when the Eagles won Super Bowl 59. And we talked to you a lot last week, and we appreciate all the time you spent with us about how calm and cool and collected the team seemed to be. Now that they're Super Bowl champions, right, a lot of them for the first time in their careers, walk us through some of the players that you spoke to, the coaches that you spoke to, or just how you watched some guys interact with each other in the locker room. What did this one mean to a lot of players? Like, who first comes to your mind that things changed for them, or just how they were? We talked about Mekhi Becton. Like, I got choked up watching the videos of Mekhi Becton.
He's gotten me like 3 times.
It's amazing.
Mekhi Becton, and he's probably never going to play another snap.
Hey, maybe one season with the Eagles.
But he will be one of my all-time favorites. Just his general joy.
So personal legacy conversation. What did this do for a lot of people?
So this is a great question. I'm glad you asked it, because now that I've had, everything was so raw the last time we spoke yesterday morning.
Yeah.
But I wrote a story because I wanted to get all my thoughts and memories from the locker room, from that whole experience down, and all the details before they started to fade away.
Mm-hmm.
But so you walk in there, you open the doors. There's a cloud of cigar smoke. There's champagne, champagne everywhere. You see Brandon Graham, and he's FaceTiming Jason Peters.
That was awesome.
You see Isaiah Rodgers walk to a row of lockers and shake their hand. You see Howie Roseman dancing with a bunch of different players.
By the way,
they're all
Howie
wearing the Oakley goggles.
Didn't dance terribly. My wife's, because he's not terrible.
I didn't break down the film.
He wasn't terrible. Like I thought he might dance poorly. He danced pretty well.
They're all wearing the Oakley goggles.
Yep.
James Bradbury standing inside of a locker, just peering out and enjoying it before making his way around. Big Dom is draped with an Italian flag.
Yeah, that was cool.
Jeffrey Lurie's making his rounds in there. But to your point, you see the Slay. You see how much something like that means to a Darius Slay, who may have played his final game as a Philadelphia Eagle. The moment didn't seem like he was overwhelmed by it, but it was more like processing.
Yeah.
Quinyon Mitchell sitting in his locker after posing with a photo with Cooper DeJean with the Lombardi Trophy, sitting down there, kind of just taking a deep breath and looking around like, this is what I did this. This is what it's like. Jalen Herz finally strolls his way in off the field, and he's lighting up a cigar, and he's loosening up a little bit. He's making his way around. He poured a beer on Saquon Barkley. These moments matter, and they didn't take it for granted, but this is a team that went into Super Bowl Sunday knowing that they were going to win. They conveyed and they exuded confidence all week, really all season, no matter what everybody else was saying, and they know exactly what everybody was saying, because Saquon Barkley said on the podium when he was being interviewed by somebody that, in Philly, we were 2-2 and the sky was falling, but we never doubted. We never wavered. So they kind of all internalized all that, and they went out there and wanted to prove a point.
You say the coaches. I was told that it was very apparent that the coaches were trying to, after a certain period of time, leave it to the players, let the party be the players. Did you observe any of the coaches?
The coaches in there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I saw assistant coaches. I saw Sirianni eventually was making his rounds in there. I just think that they want to celebrate as a team. And we talk about how this is one of the tightest teams, probably the tightest team I've ever covered. That it was no surprise to see everybody in there sort of mingling with each other and just sort of savoring the moment.
Vic Fangio even I thought he said he didn't get to bed till 1:30.
Yeah, he even stayed out.
See, that tells you all you need to know, John, that Vic Fangio was out there enjoying the moment.
That means
until
it meant
1:30,
something.
then he was back in bed.
So what did you want to say about Sirianni? You said you want to talk about what
Is
this
Sirianni
did for.
love? Are you going to sing?
No,
I don't think he's singing.
I would never do that. Just to
You would never do that.
I would never do that.
Okay.
I have my own thoughts about that. But what I will say, is, I've had to listen to a lot of national folks. I had to listen to even somebody who even worked here. And despite me being there and seeing how the players responded to his coaching and seeing how he brought the team together, you have to listen to the constant bashing throughout the season. Some even wondered if he was going to last through the bye week. But to see him go out there, and I think what probably epitomized his aggressiveness and what he's learned, he went for the kill shot, that pass to Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
He didn't take his foot off the gas. The players were loose. I thought he handled that week tremendously. he grew so much as a coach. In year 4, we talked about him turning the corner, Andrew, when we were on Radio Row. I can't say enough about the coaching job that he's done, the maturation of a head coach, really after that Jacksonville game, everything that I've been saying, just seeing the day-to-day progress. And I just think this was a huge win for his legacy. And hopefully now he gets the respect that he deserves, because what we heard and what I had to listen to all season, despite me being there, was absolutely ridiculous.
And it's funny, I asked you guys this question on Friday at Radio Row. What does a Super Bowl championship do for these guys? And specifically it was Herz and Sirianni. And we talked about it. Now you know that they won, so I would like you to expand on that. But remember, we played the Stephen A. Smith clip. Hertz had to be the reason why they won for him to get the respect. Well, he was the reason why they won, or one of the reasons. He won MVP, obviously the defense.
A big reason.
I mean, he was the most valuable player. So now that he has that on his resume, what can people say about him at this point?
Got to call him a winner. I mean, we see it here. Jalen Hurts, I think what makes him special is that, unlike most quarterbacks, he doesn't become overly infatuated with his stats. He cares about winning and winning Super Bowls. He's programmed to put in the work necessary to do those, to accomplish all those things.
He is programmed.
He's dialed in. So there's always going to be some slice, because he wins games in an unconventional way. But you can't take away the fact that he's a Super Bowl champion, a Super Bowl MVP, and a winner. So say whatever you want, but make sure you put Super Bowl champion after his name when you mention Jalen Hurts.
Do you believe, how does it change them? Talk about people like Sirianni and Hertz and them. Do you believe it changes how they go about their jobs, how they go about their business the rest of their careers? Or, I mean, you've seen players and people like this, accomplish the goal. How does it change it?
I don't think it'll change much, John. I think for Sirianni, he changed his approach in coaching and in how he conducts himself on the sideline, composure, even the finer details of how to handle a week of that magnitude. I think he's going to carry those things from this week that made them so successful throughout his career. But for Jalen, he's not going to change anything. Right. This is exactly who he is. It was more validation that everything that I say, everything that I do, the week to week, day to day, everything that I talk about is for moments like this. So I think that they're not going to change.
And look, he said that he's fueled by, doubt and disrespect. He's going to still get it this next season.
I know Jalen's getting it. I wonder if Nick doesn't start to get a total different level of respect.
Well, I mean, Steve Wyche literally told us that there are other coaches that straight up don't like him.
Can't stand him.
And now that he has success, do you think they're going to all of a sudden be like, let's show him respect, or do you think they're going to hate him even more for it?
Well, I think is that you can say to somebody, look, dude, start talking, start yapping when you've done something. He's done a lot.
He's done a lot, John. He's done a lot. He always should have commanded this respect, because you see how the players go to bat for him, how receptive they are for him, and how they respond to his coaching. But now that he has a Super Bowl ring, it's time for the national folks out there to start putting a little bit of respect on Nick Sirianni.
What other players did this do something for? And maybe you focus on the guys that are going to be free agents, like Josh Sweat. It was already being predicted by Adam Schefter that he'd probably be the highest paid edge rusher free agent this offseason. He then had 2.5 sacks against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Like, some of these guys, Sweat, Becton, Zach Bond, even though we still expect him to come back, what did this do for them moving forward?
Yeah, well, Josh Sweat signed with Drew Rosenhaus, so that's going to be something that should be taken into account here. But, yeah, 2.5 sacks on the biggest stage in the NFL. He made himself a lot of money. Milton Williams made himself a ton of money.
Yes, he did.
Milton Williams, for any, there's maybe a small sliver of hope that, if you're the Eagles, that you can retain him. I think that's going to be extremely difficult. Somebody will throw a lot of money his way. Isaiah Rodgers, Mekhi Becton, they both helped themselves. Isaiah Rodgers, you could tap him on the shoulder, ask him to go in for Slay or Quinyon. He's going to go out there, and he knows that the ball's coming his way, and he makes plays on the football every time he's out there. Mekhi Becton, he transitioned to guard, never played it before in his life, did just fine. He can play tackle now. He has a whole new perspective on what it takes to be successful and that hunger to be a champion. So I think in a lot of ways, many of those players help themselves.
I don't want to go too big into the weeds on this, because it's still, as Andrew says, championship week. But the idea, too, about the cap situation's pretty good. If you're re-signing Zach Bond, you should be able to retain somebody.
I would think. It depends on what other teams see their worth.
But the cap situation's pretty good from what I've been told.
It's decent. It's not like it was last year.
No, it's not like last year. Absolutely not.
All right, we'll continue the conversation with our man Andrew DeCecco. And coming up next, I apologize in advance. I'm going to offend your sports intelligence.
Really? Again?
I'm not telling you anymore. But all we're going to do is laugh next segment. We're going to have fun with it, okay? Even though I could tell Andrew DeCecco's going to get a little angry about it. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic, joined by our man Andrew the Checo until he gets kicked out by Amy Fadul. Amy Fadul will literally kick you out of the door.
You think Amy Fadul could take him?
Yes.
I think she could.
Yeah, especially when she drinks
she definitely could.
An icy stare down from Amy Fadul.
She drinks some more MD 2020 right beforehand, which I'm sure she enjoyed on Sunday.
I was wondering if she's going to bring some this morning.
We're going to see how many she can drink in this next segment.
Oh, is that Oregon?
No, we're not doing that.
How about the last segment before she has another hour on the air with us?
That's a good idea.
So I told you I was going to hurt your intelligence or offend your sports intelligence. Because ESPN has already done their power rankings for 2025.
Uh-oh, is it music time?
Sure.
Oh, my God.
You can cut the music. They have the Eagles at 4. They don't even have it at 1 or 2.
What?
Why?
I don't know. Well, they do,
Do
have
they
a
have-
re-
do they have
a
reasoning?
reason. They do have a reason for it. Tim McManus is the one that wrote the reasoning of the Philadelphia
Well, by the way,
Eagles.
remember this. I've learned this one before. He did not pick the ranking.
No, he didn't do the power rankings, just the explanation.
Right.
General Manager Howie Roseman has had a very good batting average in recent off seasons, as evidenced by the Eagles' Super Bowl winning roster. The additions of running back Saquon Barkley, linebacker Zach Bond in free agency, as well as drafting cornerbacks Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean in 2024, speak to his hot hand. Roseman has a few key decisions in front of him, including whether to re-sign Bond to a lucrative contract. But the main goal is to continue the sound roster's decisions, supporting the current nucleus and extending the team's title contending window. The 3 teams that are ahead of the Philadelphia Eagles. Would you guys like to guess?
Baltimore?
No.
Buffalo.
Yes.
Kansas City.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Kansas City.
Detroit.
Kansas City numero uno.
Detroit with 2 new coordinators.
Detroit's 3rd. So it's Chiefs 1, Bills 2, Lions 3, Eagles 4.
Well, we're going to see Detroit opening night, I really believe.
Isn't that amazing? They just won the Super Bowl, and the very next day they're like, all right, we got to do our power rankings. 4th, the defending champions with the MVP,
Okay, I'm really not
quarterback, Super Bowl MVP quarterback,
I'm really not
offensive
happy.
player of the year. I told you I was going to offend your sports intelligence. Andrew, how do you feel? Because I know this stuff bothers you.
You know how I feel about power rankings and the like. Look, but I did tell you guys that this offseason is going to look different than the past one. So to expect the Eagles to be able to retain most of the players that are going to be pending free agents isn't realistic. They're going to have to hit on a lot of their draft picks, and it's going to have to be some savvy free agent signings, like an Oren Burks, who they signed to a 1-year deal, and he started in the Super Bowl for them and played well. Isaiah Rodgers. It's going to have to take something like that. Now, I do expect them to retain Zach Bond.
There was a great comment made yesterday on NFL Live, though, of the idea that the one good thing about winning that Super Bowl and being in a Super Bowl 2 years ago is that players know Howie Roseman can get you paid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the Eagles now become actually a really, really attractive option for guys who are maybe on the back end of their careers.
Or prove-it deals.
That Howie getting one from the Eagles with this young surrounding cast and everything, this becomes a destination.
Yeah.
So
And they already signed a lot of prove-it deals. Let's not forget, Devin White was a 1-year prove-it deal.
Yeah.
Mekhi Becton was a 1-year prove-it deal.
do you think how much they swung and missed on Devin White, too, and I didn't even think about that. I mean, they swung and missed on him, Bryce Huff, your 2 biggest, cost signings. Well, no, except for Saquon.
Now, quick question on this. I know we don't want to get caught up in the power rankings. Where are the Commanders?
I can find that for you right now. They are 6th.
Oh, get out of here.
They're 2 spots behind you.
Okay, that is so dumb.
And they're coming down this year. Like, I think they're going to be successful. Like, I think
They're going to take.
But they're taking a step back. They have way too many 1-year deals on that
so dumb.
roster.
Oh my gosh! Stop it! Stop it!
All right.
Wait a minute. Where are the Baltimore Ravens?
The Ravens are
Andrew's
5th.
getting upset.
No, I'm not upset. For
like that Seinfeld reference
I
there,
love this
John?
stuff.
He's not happy. Jimmy's not happy.
Just so you guys know, Minnesota 10, Cincy's 9, following their year. Chargers are 8th. Packers are 7th. Everybody loves the Packers.
Good thing they've played a game already and everything.
Minnesota will be one of the biggest drop-offs next year.
Yeah, probably.
And I may be saying that because I was so wrong on them this year. And I have to wear
Double it
that
down?
L. I got to wear
Yeah,
that
you
L.
got to. Yeah, that's right. You got
to wear that L.
You got to get that money
No, I think
back, man.
because it's terrible.
All right, Connor, what do we have on the text line? What are the people saying this morning at 610-632-0975?
The people are still pretty happy, believe it or not.
As
so
they should be.
Stick from Clearwater checks in. Says,
See you in 5 weeks,
he
Stick.
says, waiting on you guys down here, but we're still basking in the Eagles' glory as the island's all lit up with green. I'm flying up for the parade and looking forward to seeing all of you guys here. So we're going to have a lot of people coming into town for Friday's parade.
That's awesome.
Stick's the best, man. One of the nicest people I know. So that's really cool. All right, what else we got?
All right. We also have a check-in here. Let me go back to it. Actually, I got to load it up. We have a check-in on the jersey conversation, the sweatshirt, all of that. They're saying that you may have to keep doing it for next season, Andrew, and you never wash a Lucky jersey or a sweatshirt during anything, John.
They're giving.
No, but
him.
I don't think you wear. First of all, I don't. I always wear a shirt or usually a long sleeve like thermal under a jersey. So I don't have the need to wash my jersey every game.
Right, and by the way, I do wash my sweatshirt, even though it was considered the lucky sweatshirt, because I washed it once. So I figured if I washed it once, I got to keep doing it. And oh, by the way, no, I'm not wearing it week one. Sorry. It's going to be 85 degrees outside.
85? September the 4th.
Yeah.
At 8:15 at night. Last time, remember, when they were getting ready to unveil that thing, they had to delay the game by a half hour due to lightning and vicious storms coming through.
Yeah, I'm not wearing a sweatshirt.
It
in
was
week
so
one,
hot
man.
that night.
Now my sports coat from the post game locker room, I'm gonna have to now take to the dry cleaners. But that's neither here nor there.
And you know what's funny, dude? So when I got home from the Super Bowl celebration, you walk through cigars, walking to Broad Street, and my wife, when I got home, she goes, "Oh, you smell like cigars." And I was like, "If I smell like cigars, I can't imagine what you." That was just from walking to 2nd and South to Broad
And I
Street.
gave you one.
That's right.
Did you wait till post game to light it up when all your work was done?
No, I still have it.
Because he's still working.
The season's not over yet for me,
Wait
John.
a minute, though. After all that hard work Sunday night, you should have lit one up.
I think after the parade and I filed my final story of the 2024 season.
I think that's a good one.
Will.
Job's not finished.
Let me have a picture.
As soon as you hit post, you got to light that baby up.
As soon as that publishes, that closes the book on another season.
Andrew, you're the man. We appreciate the time that you spent with us today, all the time you spent with us last week, and, of course, all the time you spent with us this season.
Appreciate you guys.
Job's not done with you either. Obviously, go on your vacation and have fun, but we got to talk combine. We got to talk draft.
Oh, I can't
We got
wait.
to talk about a lot of stuff,
we got
man.
plenty. We got
because
plenty.
this is the beginning
We
of the
got a lot
dynasty.
to say.
The dynasty
you
starts
stop.
now, all right? So I need to know how they retain this success and become a dynasty.
I'm going to tell you how.
I love that, man. He's got a lot to say. Smart, intelligent sports conversation. All right, coming up next, Amy Fadul now joins us for the rest of the show. It is Kincade Salciunas on this Championship Tuesday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
What the big win means. I'm Connor Thomas, and as we continue to enjoy the glory of the Eagles Super Bowl championship, the victory tour has begun for the players and coaches. Yesterday, they very tired, maybe a little bit hungover. Nick Sirianni and Jalen Herz fielded questions from media about winning it all, and Super Bowl MVP Jalen Herz said bringing a championship back to Philly means everything.
When you play a team sport like we play, so many things are built, so many lives are changed, all from the energy and efforts that are put into it. And so to be able to bring a championship back to Philadelphia means everything.
The celebration of that win is not stopping anytime soon. The parade is scheduled for Friday, so it's going to be a great Valentine's Day here in Philadelphia. The Sixers took down they're taking on the Raptors tonight at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live here on The Fanatic. Joel Embiid said over the weekend he may have another surgery on his left knee if it continues to bother him. That's something to keep an eye on. Flyers will be off till Saturday as the entire NHL is off for the Four Nations face-off taking place. Amy Fadul will join the guys next for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update is brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that's built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Championship Tuesday here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We were just joined by our man Andrew DeCecco for the entire 8 o'clock hour, and he just got kicked out viciously.
He did.
Amy Fadul.
Not viciously. It was a hug.
She pulled the sweater like a hockey fight over his head and just started going uppercuts. Amy Fadul said, I want to talk about Championship Tuesday now. What's up, Amy?
Every single day this week is Championship Day.
That's what
right?
we said. That's what
It's
we decided.
Gotta be.
And then we
It's
went one step farther. Up until week 1 next year, every day.
Like
Championship Day.
I love the idea.
I'm
of the
basking in
championship.
this right now, man.
It's
This is
happy.
amazing. So
so happy.
How was the Fadul household?
We were rocking.
Yeah?
We were rocking. Kids stayed up late. Obviously, Shawnee stayed up until the very end and to watch the trophy presentations and some of the interviews.
Did he go to school yesterday?
Of course he did, bright and early.
That's freaking awesome on his part.
He wore Reed Blankenship for the game.
Nice.
Quinyon Mitchell for school.
Awesome.
Today, I think we were rocking Brandon Graham.
Of course, yeah. Why not?
I don't know. So I think all week we'll be, and then he's missing school on Friday, obviously.
Okay, well that's good that he's missing school on Friday.
Yeah. So
my dad let me miss school for the Phillies parade back in 08.
I absolutely would take my kid to a parade and say, school, this is a lifetime memory. Burned into your
school's
brain.
already said that it's an excused absence. I think I tried to
really?
play it off. You have to submit forms. I think I submitted a form like the educational value was teaching sportsmanship, teamwork, and hard work.
You know what I'd write?
I wrote
whatever.
something.
I'd write one word: community.
Yeah, I was like, there you
It's
go.
community
And just
spirit.
post a photo of him with all the other
See,
Eagles
we're-
fans.
Oh my gosh, that's
we're in
so
good shape.
awesome.
We're in good shape. Yeah, it was a good time. So on Sunday.
other
And the Mad
question-
Dog came out.
I was about to ask. That was the other big question that the people are waiting for. How much was
Not as much.
enjoy?
So the last time, so I of course had to do a side by side. The last time everybody's like, you didn't drink as much. The last time we were introducing Mad Dog to some of the younger folk that worked with
Okay.
us a couple of years ago. They had never, before it blew up on TikTok. This is before TikTok. This
Right,
is
right,
obviously the Super Bowl.
You
52.
brought it back.
So single-handedly, you're welcome. So we did give it around to a couple of folks before we went on because that picture in the 2017 Super Bowl, that was I think at 1:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
Picture was taken.
a little later in the
Yeah,
in the night.
we'd already finished the champagne, so we were already on to the Mad Dog, and I had a couple people with me. So Sean had to take some with me.
So
Drank
I
some.
want to ask you a question that I've asked John, I've asked Connor, and we've discussed this a lot. And you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPN, and HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group Station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. What did this Super Bowl mean to you compared to the last?
It was the easiest championship time I've ever had in my entire life of any sport I've ever watched ever. I was at one point I laughed. I laughed. 34-0, I was hysterically laughing. I thought, what is happening right now? What is this I'm feeling? Because it's not joy. It's an out of body experience. That I was watching a team that I'm invested in win so easily. I thought, is this how it's supposed to be? Is this normal? No. This is like this is an alien team, and something's gone wrong. Like I just kept waiting for like the earth to crumble because I thought there's no way that they're leading by this much. Just sheer joy. It was so much fun. It was fun to watch. It was anticlimactic in the best way.
Yeah.
The perfect moment on the perfect stage, and I think that's something that's still blowing my mind away, is that the Philadelphia Eagles organization, I think that was the best game they've ever played on the biggest stage against the biggest opponent. Like, to me, I don't even understand how sort of that happens.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think it was so surreal in the fact that they were. Listen, we all talked about it last week. I was very confident. I thought they were going to win. I thought, okay, well, I didn't know it was going to be as comfortable as it was, but I thought, all right, they're going to win. To do that in the way that they had so many naysayers and people still coming out and saying, well, it's the Chiefs, it's Patrick Mahomes. I get that. We all talked about it. We all got it. But we all saw something in this team in the last 10 weeks leading up to this that something was a little different. Did we think that they would absolutely demolish the Chiefs? No. But I think we all thought they would win. So it's a validation a lot of the calmness that a lot of people felt, the lack of nerves. The only nerves people felt were they were nervous because they were confident. That was it.
Right.
Yes.
Everybody I talked to, like we were at Xfinity for pregame, and I'm talking to people, and they're like, I'm not nervous. I'm nervous. I'm scared because I'm not scared. That was it. That was the only feeling. Confidence was so high.
Yesterday, Dylan McKinnon, who does a lot of stuff for our digital content and a lot of social media stuff. He asked us one word that comes to your mind, and mine was vindicated. Because to your point, like the second I saw the Commanders beat the Lions,
Yeah.
I said the Eagles are going to the Super Bowl. And then I saw the Eagles dismantle the Commanders like it was Week 6 and not the NFC Championship game. John, we were like every day was chess day.
It really was. And it was, I think you summed it up well there, Amy, is the idea that the only thing that was concerning people was the fact that I couldn't get over how positive I was.
Right, which is a confusing feeling for us here. We're not used to it.
I wonder if this changes us.
No. Are you kidding me? You think that we're going to become softies?
No, the thing is, though,
we're the
no,
Patriots
I'm
now.
talking about, I'm talking about the mentality of that we finally get to the mentality I've always wanted. When you have a great team in this town, too often you always hear about, well, anything can happen. You know, Philly, we can't have nice things.
Right.
Things
yes.
happen. I wonder if this changes us. We finally saw our franchise with a great team that everybody was believing in, going out there and kick somebody's backside, the biggest of names.
And it wasn't magic.
No.
It wasn't Nick Foles.
This wasn't like there wasn't trick
Not a Disney
plays
movie.
or like, hey, like a big comeback or fighting them, tooth and nail to the end. It was a nice, comfortable, we're going to demolish you in every aspect of this game. You want our kicker who has not been very good to kick right down the gut every time? Fine, done. The one time when he had to re-kick it and it was like, I was like, please don't
That was
this
tight,
down.
yeah.
And then it came back and I was like,
close.
we're good. We're good now, everyone.
I mean, it was really amazing. And again, I want to credit an emailer that we got last week.
Yep.
Remember the email Joseph Bakuto sent us?
Yes, he did.
Not only are the Eagles now, 2-time Super Bowl champions, and obviously they won a championship back in the day before the Super Bowl era, the coaches that they've now knocked off in the final game of the season, Vince Lombardi, Bill Belichick, and Andy Reid.
There you go. There's the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
And the quarterbacks that you beat, Bart Starr, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
That's it.
When the Eagles do it, they do it big. Not often,
Did
but
you want
big.
a dynasty? No, we're going to go ahead and put a little stop in that one.
Well, that's why they're the next dynasty.
Oh, my gosh, stop.
Why?
Because you got to win 2 to even have that conversation.
They're going
You
to.
gotta-
That's what I'm saying.
When we win 2, I will gladly talk about
They have
dynasties. You got to win 2 in a row. You can't win 8 years apart and say dynasty.
No, that's what I'm saying.
That's not a dynasty.
You can say gold standard.
This is the beginning.
I
of.
do. No, I said that's what's getting there.
Because
That's
no one has won more since 2000 than the Eagles.
Yeah,
I like that.
But this is the beginning of this era's dynasty. Because I do the
Going in the
8
NFC,
years ago. That's a different Super Bowl.
This is gonna be a long off season.
Hell yeah! No, it's just the beginning. I want more. I'm not gonna week one.
I want more too,
week
but I
one,
don't
they'll
want to talk
show
about
the
that
banner,
nonsense
and
yet.
I'll go, attaboy, and then the first penalty, I'll be like, what are you guys doing?
So there you go,
This isn't
John.
a dynasty.
No.
He'll flip back.
The answer is no.
He'll flip back.
Also, there are 3 other teams in the area with the Union that we're also going to take our anger out on. So no, we will not. We will not turn into the fan base like, look, we get nice things.
One
we know that
especially,
we don't.
One especially where the heat will be turned on big time.
Yeah, well, they're
Right
lucky
now.
the Eagles made as long of a run as they did.
Yep.
Because now everybody is looking down there. Like that's when February starts really in the NBA. I feel like a lot.
And you're
People
going to have
start
a lot
look
to
there.
say about that.
Yes.
There's a lot to say.
There is a lot to be
There's
said.
a lot to say.
What do we have on the text line, Connor, at 610-632-0975? Or, of course, we can go to the phones. Let's go to Sarita in Jersey. What's up, Sarita?
Hey, how are you guys this morning?
We're great. How are
morning.
you?
I'm still on cloud 9.
I love
I just
that.
wanted to say it's been so beautiful the past few weeks where whenever you see somebody wearing Eagles gear, you just look at each other, you meet, you look in the eyes and you say, go Birds. It's just been a beautiful thing, and I just wanted to continue. But also, I'm kind of late to the party. I'm sure you guys probably knew this. Patrick Mahomes wore a midnight Eagles green color suit to the Superdome.
Oh, yeah, he did.
How about that?
And Devontae wore red.
And Jalen Hurts wore purple.
Jalen Hurts like a Mardi Gras.
And,
Mardi Gras.
Travis
Oh, that's
Kelce. Travis
that's a power
Kelce wore
suit.
satin sheets.
Travis Kelce looked like, look at me, look at me, look at me. He did.
I know what he
Like
wore.
bed sheets.
I liked it.
Really?
I just
You
didn't
liked
know-
his fit?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Thanks for the call, Sarita.
Thanks.
I
You
love
guys
that.
don't know fashion.
No, apparently we don't.
My gosh, it looked like something like I thought he
It
was.
was very 70s.
I thought he was a villain from the old Batman TV series. Like
It was
seriously.
definitely much more John Travolta.
By the
Yes.
way, I just saw a video that's getting ripped right now.
What's that?
In the world of we have to get stuff out as quick as possible on
Oh, yeah.
social media.
Of
I
course.
didn't see this one from the night of the Super Bowl after they win at 11:47 p.m. Yahoo Sports posted a video of AJ Brown, after the game.
Mm-hmm.
and they write A.J. Brown celebrates with Eagles fans. It was Jalen's dad.
That's not.
It was the Super Bowl
very
MVP's father. And I get it. The person recording the
coach.
video maybe didn't know that.
But if you think about it, how in the world would he be sitting where that was right when the game ended?
this was in the
And some
tunnel. Yeah,
Where is
correct.
that fan, and how do I get that access? Right? Someone's like, how do I buy that? How do I buy that? The tunnel shot. I get to hang out with him right away.
And do you not quickly say, I mean, hi, this is Amy Fadul from NBC Sports Philadelphia. What's your name?
Yeah, who you
I got you on
picture.
camera. Oh, I'm Jalen Hurts' father.
I'm Jalen's dad.
Yeah.
But it just tells you
I'm
again.
Bavarian Hertz. Hi, how are you?
The mystery.
Coach Hertz to you.
And it's no
mystery
shame
man.
to ask. Like,
yes.
I
didn't know. The minute that it said, I said, I know who that is because of the fact that down in the South, they know he's been seen before.
He coached him.
Yes.
Not just some random guy.
Here's Jalen. Here's a fan.
Here's a fan.
Not some rando.
Hanging out in the tunnel.
That's what I say about Connor Thomas. Every time we walk around, I go, yeah, he's a fan of mine.
I am a big fan of yours.
Thank you. I appreciate
I'm
that.
a fan of all you guys.
All right, coming
and
up,
Jalen Hurts.
Coming up next, Connor said something before the show and actually during the show as well. Something that I would love to see, and it's about Jalen Hurts. We will discuss that with you all coming up next, including Amy Fadul, who's with us for the rest of the show, here on this Championship Tuesday morning of Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli, Bill Collar.
for Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we're going to be doing shows from the parade route there, Johnny. On Friday, you get
at
your
the Cambria.
dream. This is your dream at the Cambria Hotel in Philadelphia, 219 South Broad Street. Kincade and Salciunas from 6 to 10. Mike Missanelli show from 10 to 2. And then the best show ever, beginning at 2 o'clock, will be live from Pagano's Market Bar and Bar in Commerce Square on Market Street in Center City. And if my memory suits me correctly, I was doing middays when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and I was able to get to the Art Museum right at the end. I think Spadaro was like closing up shop. We sang Fly, Eagles Fly, and then I made my way over to Pagano's, which is where Mike and Tyrone actually, when they were doing the afternoon show together, did the show live from Pagano's. So same
How crowded
spot.
was Pagano's? That had to be a party.
Dude, there were people on the broadcast table.
Yeah, listen, if you're at a bar or restaurant within 2 blocks.
Very close.
Of Broad Street or Ben Franklin Parkway, you're going to open early, you're going to stay open late.
And I hope that you make every single dollar you can.
And you have to remember, because they ran the Philly, and that was the year that Bud Light was running those commercials, the Dilly Dilly, and they said one time only, we'll say Philly, and then they gave a Bud Light out to every single person. So you'll have to remember there's that aspect as well.
That's true.
Our post-parade party was at Pagano's as well as the afternoon show.
Yes.
And it was unlimited Bud Lights.
There you go.
And I told you the story.
That's
so
outrageous.
I stayed for a while. I was, 20. How many years ago was this? So I was 24, 25.
You tested those limits of unlimited.
No, 7 years ago.
It was 8 years ago.
8 years ago. So I'm 31, dude. So I'm 24.
So that's 23.
Math is hard.
You said 28.
Guys, figure
I
this
said
one out.
23. I didn't say 28.
Gosh.
I said 8 years ago.
You were in
I said
your
8 years
mid to
ago.
early 20s.
23.
All right.
Okay.
So
Back to the point.
Math is really
I
hard.
had lots of fun.
Yes.
And I went to order an Uber back to Manayunk, and because of the surcharges, it was like $250.
There's all of your Bud Lights you drank.
No, I walked.
You didn't take it.
It was late at night. I walked up, just Kelly Drive all the way to Manayunk. I was in my glory.
I worry about having not been here. The weather changed my travel plans last time. The weather delay, I could not be there the day of the parade, so I get to miss it. I worry about how does everybody stay safe in the community?
We look out for each other.
There's a lot of alcohol. There's a lot of alcohol. There's a lot of people.
Listen, I've been out there. You see people, and if they're like a little bit, people take care of each other. They look out. I'm sure there's people that may have seen Andrew walking up Kelly Drive, and they said, "Oh, well, there's an Eagles fan. I'm going to go ahead and give him a wide berth." As he's kind of walking along.
Make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, and the parade is much different than the night after.
This is correct.
Like the parade is it's much more familial environment.
Yes.
Okay.
It's jubilant. It's joyful.
There's more kids. There's
very much of a community type of hey, there's much more kids.
That's good to hear because I'm just
I'm telling you, people take care of people.
I watched the idiots on the news last night tearing up street lights.
Yeah, I don't
That's just
get
an
that.
excuse.
And I'm just like, what kind of a-holes are you?
That's just
that you're doing
they would have done that if there was anything.
Overserved
They had lost.
morons.
If they had lost, they would have done that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's I don't get that.
That's the
stuff.
thing I just
Those
don't
are not
understand.
the fans.
But it's for the birds, man.
Yeah,
I gotta
exactly.
tear down that light post for the
Stupid.
birds, bro. All right, Connor, before the show, and you said during the show as well, you think we're going to see a different Jalen Hurts this offseason?
I do. I mean, we see the personal vindication of the criticism that he's got. Like, we are feeling ourselves as fans who didn't take a snap, didn't put on shoulder pads, haven't been in a meeting room, and he's been working at this for years. I mean, go back to when he transferred out of Alabama. That was the last time that, he won something. He didn't win a national championship at Oklahoma, and then he comes here and he's a backup and all of this stuff. He's just had so much weighing on him to be this guy. And while I don't think it's the culmination, because I think he can win more in his career, maybe a lot more, this will be a different Jalen Hurts, I think, for the next couple months emotionally than what we've seen with just the focus on, hey, I got to summit the mountaintop.
And look, I think we saw that already. And Johnny, I mean, we talked about this. We played Jalen Hurts audio last week.
He had such good. He had
That
such
never
a great.
happens.
He had a great few weeks. As far as just, and I always say, people need media coaching. He's really turned into a wordsmith himself because I think he purposely just tries to say nothing. Which
I
is
think that
different
you're still
than-
going to get a lot of that. And I think Andrew Checo said it great the last half hour or 45 minutes ago when he was here. He is who he is. If anything, this has been a validation of how he operates. And yes, he was a little bit more loquacious but the same kind of little catchphrases he still worked in there. We all saw him at the press conference the morning after he won the Super Bowl. He's still dropping his little dimes.
Yeah,
about, the standard is the standard, and main thing. That's what he does, and that's fine. Who cares? I don't care if he's like the most eloquent speaker or he gives me a soundbite every time. It's
But I want
He's a Super Bowl champ.
to see him have fun. And look,
I think this is him having fun. I saw him ride a roller coaster, and
I
it's the
know.
same expression as he's like giving a press conference. The man is who he is. He's very programmed.
he is very
How
programmed.
do you handle that? How do you handle that in your job? Because your job's different than ours.
Yeah,
Right.
you just go with it. You
But
accept
doesn't
them
it
who they are.
frustrate you a little bit when you get that?
There's a lot of things that frustrate you in the media. Are you kidding me? John
That's why you
Tortorella
drink
speaking
man-
for 50 seconds after a game. Like, you know what I could have used? A little bit more than 50
that.
seconds.
That's why you
49
drink Mad
seconds.
Dog, when you're working. in these
Exactly.
jobs.
Helps you get through. By the way, speaking of Jalen Hurts, maybe expressing his personality a little bit more. Now, obviously, this is part of the tour of winning the Super Bowl. He's going to be on the Tonight Show
Yes.
with Fallon. It's going to be Hertz and Saquon.
I will be
Okay, that's fantastic.
I will be very excited to see how he is in that scenario.
Yeah,
but I
'cause
think
it's
he's
a
going to be the
different-
same.
That's a different vibe.
And Jimmy Fallon is a very good interviewer. He's used to getting tough questions, tough questions because listen, it's the Tonight Show. But trying to get some personality drawn out. Jalen is not one to give out personality unless he's maybe
Do
had
they
some
have some
medications.
sort of skit plan?
I hope that they have some
No,
sort of.
I don't think Jalen would operate that way.
See, I do hope that they do something with
Maybe
them.
like a game.
One of their little games.
Yeah, maybe
like
a
Saquon
game.
versus Jalen,
Yeah.
where they play a
Yeah.
game.
They might do a game. Listen, I watched. He did Tiny Questions at Disney World. He answered like one of them.
He was John. I was actually going to play.
Have you
it.
not seen this?
You know what, Connor?
I had not seen
Connor, I'm going to send it to you.
Yeah, it's something.
It's-
but it's like it validated. I was like, he is who he is, and I'm here for it at this
Tiny
point.
questions.
Dude,
You know with the tiny microphone,
with the tiny mic.
Oh, yeah. No.
So
Yeah.
they ask him like,
Right.
who's your favorite player of all? Like all these questions that are pretty innocuous, and it's just like I don't know.
Like one of them was, "Are you going to change the wallpaper?" I will play it for you.
and he said
goes,
no. It's just wallpaper.
"It's just wallpaper."
So the wallpaper, for those of you who don't know, the wallpaper on his phone, and he's talked about it, was him walking off the field in 2022 with the red and yellow confetti
yeah.
to drive him. And listen, here's a guy that's been slighted. We've talked about it, and so that drove him. Like, all right, so now that you've won, are you going to change it? No, it's just wallpaper.
See, I
The answer could have been like, no, because it's still going to drive me. I don't know.
wish he would keep it.
Oh, he's keeping the wallpaper because he
I wish
doesn't
he would.
care
Because
about
it's
it.
just wallpaper.
It's
Well,
literally,
he
it's
cared
like,
enough that they put it up.
but no.
But I like
it's
how it
just
drove him.
wallpaper.
I like how it
But that's
drove him.
not what he said. He said it's just wallpaper.
Just wallpaper.
It's like too much trouble to even like possibly change it.
I just sent it to B Gun. He'll get it. We'll play for that coming up next. Also, the viewership numbers.
Amazing.
For all the people that were going to boycott the Super Bowl because they're tired of the Chiefs and they don't like the Eagles.
Eagles fans said nope.
Yeah, you all got smacked in the face with viewership numbers. We'll give those to you coming up next. It is Kincade Salciunas, Amy Fadul with us for the rest of the hour here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Victory Tour begins. I'm Connor Thomas, and as we continue to enjoy the glory of the Eagles Super Bowl championship, the Victory Tour began yesterday. A tired Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts fielded questions from the media about winning it all. Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts said bringing a championship back to Philly means everything to him.
When you play a team sport like we play, so many things are built, so many lives are changed, all from the energy and efforts that are put into it. And so to be able to bring a championship back to Philadelphia means everything.
The celebration isn't ending anytime soon for Eagles fans, but the big one, the parade, it's coming your way Friday. Valentine's Day in Philadelphia is going to be a special one in 2025. The Sixers take on the Raptors tonight at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live here on The Fanatic. Joel Embiid said over the weekend he may have another surgery on his left knee. If it continues to bother him, we'll keep an eye on that throughout the season. Flyers are off till Saturday as the Four Nations face-off takes place. Amy Fadul is going to stay with the guys for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update is brought to you by Discover. Do you know it's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide? If you guessed Discover, you guessed right, based on the February 2024 Nielsen report. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
you the tiny questions with Jalen Hurts.
I'm glad that John now knows what tiny questions is.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's good.
Castellanos is great with those because he actually gives you weird answers.
Yes.
Castellanos is the best tiny mic, tiny
Did
questions
you want
guy.
the tiny? It's a tiny little. You've seen it. It's a tiny little
Yes,
microphone.
I've seen the tiny little microphone.
And they usually ask like kind of inane questions.
Yeah, it's not like reporter questions.
Yeah, like sometimes off the wall.
And this is for Tonight Show, or is it?
No,
Disney?
this was on the. This was
just a
when he was
guy-
at Disney
part
World.
of Disney.
Yeah, part
I've
of
been
Disney.
to Disney a
NFL,
million
I
times,
don't-
and I do not know this.
Well,
no,
you're not a
it's not
Super
a
Bowl
Disney
champion.
thing.
Oh.
It's like they do it in the locker rooms.
Oh,
They do it on
okay.
the man
Yeah.
on the street
All right,
type of
now
vibes.
I got you. Now I got you.
So we'll play that for you in a minute, but I want to bring up the viewership for the least watched Super Bowl of all time. That's what
Yeah, I'm tired of this Super Bowl. I don't want to watch it.
I joke
Said
when I
no
say
one
least
ever.
watched because it was the most watched Super Bowl ever. 126 million viewers according to Fox.
That's 3 million more than last year.
And so it's a new record high viewership for the Super Bowl. Their peak audience was even higher, 135.7 million viewers, but obviously it happened from 8 to 8:15 in the second quarter. And then the Eagles went up like
Yeah.
27
People
nothing
like,
or
what's the
whatever.
score? They turn it off. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. They go to halftime like, oh, game's over. Let's see what else is on.
All hell
so,
broke loose.
so they they dropped off when the game was over. They also had record high streaming viewership via Tubi and NFL digital properties, 14.5 million on Tubi alone. Oh, Tubi alone offered got 13.6 million viewers. So people are
That's
streaming as well.
Cuoco, not Cuoco, not Haley Cuoco. The other girl was hosting that.
Not sure.
Because I know some of the kids that were watching that. The girlfriend of the guy who is on Fox's pregame.
No
Edelman.
idea.
Edelman.
Julian
Edelman's
Edelman?
girl,friend,
Wow.
really attractive girl,
I'm-
was hosting that.
I'm
very
confused as to
Edelman.
what's happening.
Girlfriend.
Are you Googling
is,
this?
Colco. I want to say her name.
Unveiling the mystery of Julian Edelman's. Do I really have to click on a link to find out who his
don't do
girlfriend
that.
is?
This one
Don't
in
do
the
that.
ether.
No, she's famous. So
Well, she's famous.
Colco.
All right.
I just
so
don't
there
know
you
her
go. But yeah, I mean, what does that mean? Is it
Julian
just
Edelman is married.
yeah, but he had the girlfriend before. That was now she became something, and now she does like social media and stuff like that.
What's happening?
It is. It's just.
It's
Don't
Coco.
get derailed. Don't get derailed. It's
Coco.
not Kaylee Coco. It's not
Cocoa
that.
Puffs? But yeah, so highest viewership. Now, is that the Chiefs going for history? Is that just Super Bowl continues to grow every single year?
Well, I think Super Bowl goes, but here's also is they're finally now able to track everybody that is streaming.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
And once
that's
you
the
got
thing.
streaming, I think these numbers were always close to this. And that now it allows you to, they allow you to actually see where this was.
Right.
And you see that the youngsters don't, most of my daughter and her friends, they don't have TVs in their apartments.
Wow, that's nuts.
They don't have TVs.
They don't have a TV?
They'll get a TV out. And they'll bring a TV and they don't watch. They watch stuff. They stream stuff.
Oh, that's nuts, dude.
They stream
I mean,
stuff,
I have a
they watch
TV.
stuff.
I don't have, cable, but
They're not watching anything, or they only have a TV to cast stuff on.
All right, interesting.
They're not watching it the way we watch.
Are you ready for Cyborg Hertz? The guy just won the Super Bowl MVP.
He's at Disney World.
He's in the happiest place on earth, Johnny.
Olivia Culpo.
Oh, I know who that is. All
Wait,
right,
that's
there
not
you go.
I had
No.
it wrong.
Shit.
Olivia Culpo.
Okay, go ahead and play this.
Go on.
Here's Jalen Hurts, the mini mic tiny interview live from the happiest place on earth.
How many unread text messages do you have after winning the Super Bowl? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. When was the last time you were starstruck? Funniest thing a fan has ever said to you during the game? I'm not listening. What's a classic movie you've never seen? If I've never seen it, how am I supposed to know? Funniest NFL player you know? Lane Johnson. Could the average person run for 1 yard in an NFL game if they had 10 tries? I'm sure a wise coach can make it happen. Your iPhone wallpaper was the last Super Bowl game that you played in. Have you changed it yet? I got no plans. It's just a wallpaper. Who was your favorite player growing up? Watch my older brother. Would you rather play in the snow or in the rain? Would you rather stiff on someone or juke them? What was the moment you realized you were actually a Super Bowl champion? Did it hit you yet? Still processing it, just enjoying everything that's coming with it. Just think about my teammates, the year that it's been for us, and allowing us to get to this moment.
I love that. He goes teammates right away. Some of the questions that he just didn't answer.
What's the movie that like an iconic movie that you've never seen? Well, if I've never seen it, how would I stop? Stop it. The
I love
answer is
that.
like, I don't know.
Just say something.
Gone with the Wind or Top Gun or something.
Right,
I don't
right.
Rocky. Who knows? Just say something. Also, I cannot believe that you don't know the difference between Christian McCaffrey and Julian Edelman. Olivia Culpo is married to Christian McCaffrey, and they've been dating for like 8 years.
They're both exciting whites.
Stop it. That is so offensive. That is so offensive.
I didn't realize
That's
that.
so
No, I
offensive.
don't know who's dating who. I just
You
knew
did?
that-
You knew
No,
she
because
was-
the other day they had a picture of her with Julian Edelman on from Super Bowl.
Are you
and
sure
I
it
thought
wasn't
there was
Christian McCaffrey?
No, I know the difference between Christian McCaffrey
I don't
and Edelman.
know that you
I
do.
No,
Is
I
she the
definitely
one
do.
that also does the clothing design, or is that Juszczyk's girlfriend?
That's Juszczyk's wife.
Okay,
They're
yeah,
married.
wife. Sorry.
By the way,
see?
I found
They're bags.
I heard the other day how much money Aaron Andrews has made on her clothing line.
Oh yeah.
And my jaw
Oh,
dropped.
really?
How about tens of millions?
Just on the
Now,
clothing, and she's doing well
on the clothing
Fox.
line.
That's good work by Aaron
Amy
Andrews.
Fadul. Why don't we have a Philadelphia clothing line with Amy Fadul?
Is it
for women?
Philly Fadul.
Sure.
She made her line of clothing has now gone over.
Well, I think she partners with
Yes,
the NFL.
but she's
so
made
that's
she
probably
made a
where.
ton of money.
I'm sure.
So Amy Fadul clothing line
Clothing
for
line.
women of Philadelphia.
Sure. Yeah. It's just going to be a lot of like sports gear.
See,
It's gonna look a lot like the stuff that we wear now.
That's what it is. It's all sports gear. But like, Amy, wearing out you're heading to Wegmans. This is what the mom on the main line's wearing.
She's
You know
wearing,
what?
You're
She's
heading to
wearing
the
a
game.
Philadelphia Eagles sweatshirt. That's what she's wearing.
But maybe instead of clothing line, maybe somebody else's style is just carrying around a commemorative football. Would you ever do that? You just walk around with the glass case and everything. And I know how you can get one from NycoSports.com. Our man Bob's going to join us here. I still remember talking to Bob when the Birds won Super Bowl 52. We talked to Bob when they've won conference championships, when they got back to the big game, when the Fightins got to the World Series. Been a lot of fun. Taking a look, and these things are gorgeous
Yeah, they're beautiful.
right in front of me. I'm looking at it right now with the logos and the players that are on it. I'll let Bob from Nyco Sports do the talking. Bob, good morning, man. How's it going?
I am doing great. I totally agree. All of you guys need to get a clothing line.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good.
We'll talk later.
Then you can hold up this football in front of it. I think you'll do quite well. We've got a great response. I know we were talking yesterday, and boy, I'll tell you what, the folks who listen to your station just really poured their hearts out and their purses out to get this football. And we're about halfway sold out coming into today, and I want to kind of update people on what we're doing. And we want to sell all this out because we're helping to raise monies for the Eagles Autism Foundation. Portion of the proceeds goes there. This is a full-size, officially licensed. I want to make sure everybody knows it. It's an officially licensed Super Bowl 59 football. And they're priced at just $129.95. Only 5,000 will ever be made. You'll get a numbered certificate of authenticity with it. And like I said, we're well over halfway sold out coming into today's show. Everything on the football, this is what people have been telling me they really like about it, is embossed. It's a special procedure. It's almost like engraving the statistics and the photographs and all the other data on the various panels of the football. So it keeps it, fresh looking for years to come. Now, before I give out that phone number and website, give you a second to go ahead and get something to write it down on. The top panel on the football, kind of display the picture for you here. It's a Super Bowl 59 official logo right there with stadium history and championship history. Then right below that, we've got the whole 24 season schedule with all the opponents, the scores, and the dates, playoff games. So you'll be able to look at this football and remember exactly how the whole season unfolded for the Birds. And then the favorite part for me is that last panel because, and it turned out that Jalen Herz was the MVP. It's got a picture of Herz right next to his buddy Barkley, right there with both of their stats. It really, really makes it pop out. It's the only football of its kind like this. If you'd like to get it, these are $129.95 each. And when I give out that website, I've got an idea for those people who want to get a Valentine's Day gift as well.
Oh, nice.
Here's the toll-free number. It's 800-345-2868. That's 800-345-2868. Now, when you go to the website, you can download a special gift flyer that is a picture of the football and use it instantly to give to that Valentine's Day person, and you'll know that they'll be getting it in about 6 to 8 weeks. Here's that website, NIKCosports.com. It's spelled NIKCO Sports.com. That's NIKCO Sports.com. Or just call 800-345-2868. I would urge people to do it soon because this thing sold out a couple of years ago when the Birds won their first Super Bowl, and many of those same people are ordering this one so they have both of them to display in their home or office.
And not only is it a great way to display a great memory, but like you mentioned, also some of the proceeds going to the Eagles Autism Foundation, which is a beautiful thing to do as well. Bob, we appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Well, we appreciate you guys. Over the years, we've now raised the last 6-7 years $3.3 million for charities. And I know your audience and your staff there and yourself have been a big part of that. So a big thank you and a shout-out to everybody.
Thank you, buddy.
Bob. We appreciate it. There he is, Bob from NIKCosports.com. Check out that commemorative football, man. It is beautiful. It's got the big Super Bowl 59 logo on it, too.
Great.
Love it.
Great work. All right, we got Amy for one more segment as we lead you into the Mike Missanelli Show with Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn coming away at 10 o'clock. We got the key three best minutes from today's show. And we'll talk to the people as well. Lots to unpack still in another segment here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. on this Championship Tuesday morning. Kincade and Salciunas with Amy Fadul here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll check our text line here momentarily. But, as we continue to talk about plans for Friday, I know you guys are still working things out. We've been telling the people, John and I will be doing the show from the Cambria Hotel on 219 South Broad Street.
Cambria,
sorry. Cambria.
Like webcam.
Cambria Hotel. Mikey Miss and Bill and Ray will be there as well. And then the best show ever is going to be live from Pagano's Market and Bar in Commerce Square.
Just to really get it started.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you have any idea of where people could see you?
Yes, so we don't know exactly our plans. We will have a set towards the end of the parade at the Art Museum. We'll start our broadcast, I believe, at 10 a.m. or around there. The parade, I think it's going to be just like it was in 2018, 11 to about 3:30, I feel like it went to. Okay. So in that range, as the buses they stop, guys get on and off, and they go out with the fans, and which I think is great. And we saw that. Barrett Brooks and I did the plane landing yesterday, and we saw how many fans, were just lined up just at the airport just to get a glimpse. And they came over.
Any comparison to last time they won?
It was. I thought it was equally comparable.
Yeah, I saw Brandon Graham trying to drive out. It was like Paul George after the Eagles won the NFC Championship.
Yeah, he had his window halfway down. The best was, I think Saquon Barkley had called for someone to pick him up, and so they have him on a golf cart trying to get through these sea of people outside the NovaCare complex to get into the ride. And
I'm like the Beatles, man, getting back from the Super Bowl.
But it was great. Like they brought over the trophy to the folks at the fence, and so I think
that's awesome.
The parade is about that too. The guys like to get out and mix up with the people. Obviously, they drink with them and celebrate and high five. So I think they'll allow for a couple hours of getting from the link to Art Museum.
Who would you imagine? And I don't want you to have to expose anything or whatever, but the players speaking.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're going to hear from the Super Bowl MVP. There's no question about that.
It's got to be Jalen. It's got to be Saquon has to speak, right?
Saquon, I think, just because
he has to.
The magical season.
Mylata's a lock.
That was going to be my guess for the O-lineman.
What about the defensive side of the ball? Who talks Slay?
BG is
absolutely.
probably.
BG and Slay?
I would save him last because it might.
Brandon,
that might be it.
Yeah.
You wonder who's going to be the closer, who's going to really bring it home.
He said his career's over, so I mean.
I think Lane Johnson would be a good bet. I would like to hear from him.
That'd be awesome.
Did he speak the last time?
He didn't. Remember, the only time. And the more I think about Jason Kelsey's speech, the more it's obviously hilarious and whatever else. But he's literally calling his teammates out in the worst way. If you remember, he was just Brandon Brooks had anxiety. I'm like, Brandon Brooks is sitting there going, what? Stop talking about
making me anxious.
Please
Lane Johnson can't get off the juice. Lane's that was years ago.
Yeah, cool, man.
Stop it.
Multiple times, though.
Yeah, he was making the point, and it was a great one. Somebody's too small and whatever. It was just they're sitting there going, stop.
Yeah, you know what wasn't
Stop
fun?
talking.
Being on the board for it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Beep.
Beep, beep, beep.
Ran out of dump.
Yeah,
Did
I'll
you?
never forget.
Oh, yeah. And then I remember I called Matt Nahagan, who was the program director at the time. I was like, dude,
you gotta roll with it.
I'm sorry. There's curses going out, and I don't think you want me to get out of it. No, can't get out of it. I'll deal with the fines.
Yeah, I think we were that way. We were just all right, this is how it is.
What it is.
I'll never forget being at the beginning. So where I was stationed last time, I was right outside of Xfinity Live, which is where the parade starts. And I had a return, meaning I could see in a video monitor, I could see, what everything looked like before it was on television. And so I'm trying to relay to the producer, and I was like, I don't know how to tell you this, but Jason Kelsey's wearing a Jester's outfit. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, you'll see in a second. And I was telling him whatever camera it was, and I was like, it's wearing a Jester's outfit. It looks like a sequin Jester's outfit.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I was like, I don't know how to describe it. You'll see it in a second. And he's riding a bicycle. So then all of a sudden, we're getting ready to come on. Amy Fiddle, what do you have? And I was like, you guys, there's no way to describe it. Let's just, here you go. And our camera pans around, and you can see him just walling around right there on Patterson Avenue, rolling up. And they're like, he's wearing, I was like, I told you. I told you what he was wearing.
A friend of mine had sent, they lived in a high rise that overlooks the circle, the Art Museum Circle.
Mm-hmm. Benjamin Franklin Park.
And they had a time-lapse camera of how the crowd came in.
Oh, yeah,
from the morning.
man.
Good one.
It was wild to watch.
The drone shots are going to be great.
And I'll tell you this, that would get, now, Barry, you can say it, I'd have the anxiety with that. Being in the middle of that, I could never handle that.
See, now I like that. That's the kind of stuff that I'm like,
hundreds,
let's go.
Thousands and thousands
Amy,
of people.
I
and
was
you're
there.
right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it.
I walked to Broad Street after they won.
Yeah.
on Sunday.
On Sunday.
I got there. I was there for like 10 minutes. I was like, yeah,
All right, I'm done.
I'm good.
Been there, done that, got the T-shirt?
You know, Connor would have lived there.
Dude, I
Like,
stayed there
that
until
guy-
like 1.
I know
I
you
feed
did.
off that kind of energy. Like, I like that
You
kind of
said
stuff.
that Connor will be the oldest guy ever, and he's going to go do that.
Yeah.
He's going to make sure he'll be there forever. So when they win their 7th Super Bowl,
Connor will be there.
There's
Connor
no
will be
age
He will
limit
not.
on that.
Yeah, he will not be alone in that.
You know what? One thing I'm really excited for, and this will be for the next generation of the Eagles, and I mean like the younger players that are
Okay.
currently Eagles players. I remember watching the NFL film special of the Eagles winning Super Bowl 52, and Brandon Graham spoke. You know, this was after the parade and everything,
Right.
like when they did the sit down, and BG spoke about the parade, and I think one of the questions was like, did you realize how much it meant to the Eagles fans because this is their first Super Bowl? And he did a lot of the walking around too, right? Kelsey was on the bike, but BG did a lot of walking around, and he said he hugged a random stranger who was sobbing, a grown man.
I remember this.
And he's like, this is a grown man who basically said, you changed my life with that play. And he's like, that's when I found out, all right, it means something here. And I'm excited to see like Jalen Carter
Yeah,
and Quinyon Mitchell, all the rookie second, third year players, even Jalen Hertz, man. Like he gets criticized. He's going to see how much love he's going to
Yeah.
get on Friday.
We were
It's gonna
talking
be really
about
cool.
that yesterday because when they come off on the plane and they see 150 fans waiting outside of a fence just for a glimpse,
Yeah.
just to wave at a bus. You know what I mean? Like it's things like that. And these guys, some of them experience national championships. They know what it's like to be celebrated, but not like what they're going to see.
it's nothing like I can tell you for the Georgia guys. They had a parade in Athens.
Yes.
Twice.
Yeah, it's
They're
not
winning.
the same.
It's nothing like it. There's
And even if you've
it's going
won
to
in
look
a
like the
different
4th
city.
of July.
Even if you've won in a different city. You know what I mean? Even if you've won and you were on the Patriots or wherever.
Or
you
like
were
the
part of-
Rams a couple
Yeah,
years
exactly.
ago.
It's
where
a
12 people
totally
showed up.
different. It's a totally different vibe, and I think that they know that from being here. You hear all the players talk about like, yeah, it is different here. Saquon Barkley, like I knew it was different, and then I'm here. I'm like, you don't know it until you actually feel it.
Yeah.
So they're going to experience that, and it's going to be great because that's going to help drive them. I mean, it's going to be a core thing that I want that feeling again.
I always think too. We talked about it a little bit earlier. The Eagles winning brings other people to the table as far as the free agents, things like that.
Oh, yeah, you
wanting
wanna
to
be
a
part
part
of
it. You see a parade like that?
You want to be part of that.
That fan base, that's a great fan base.
Yeah, the people and the energy that they bring and just the commitment. I mean, we're joking, but there are people. I remember walking on that. There was a guy that brought his father's ashes with him because he
Yeah.
wanted him to. There was all kinds of stuff like
kinds
that.
of stuff like
they
that.
brought pictures.
Photos, yeah,
exactly.
'cause
Like
they
they
wanted
wanted
to
to
see it.
experience it,
It's
and
beautiful.
things like that. That's one thing about Philadelphia sports. It's such a legacy that people carry around and carry on with them through their family, and that's why people grow up watching the games with their dads and moms and sisters and brothers and aunts and uncles and grandfathers. We had a grandfather out at the airport yesterday. He just wanted to be there with his grandkids.
Yeah,
That stuff
it's
like that's
beautiful.
great.
Now, Connor says we have a text. We'll bypass key 3. Sorry, Brendan. I really hate doing that to you. What do we have
Sorry,
What do
Brendan.
we have on the text line?
So this is very much what Amy was just talking about. Howie B from Miami checks in and says, we've been Eagles season ticket holders since 1976. 2 years ago, my dad passed away. We buried him wearing his favorite Eagles jersey. Turns out he was gambling small amounts on a website here and there. We got access to the account in June of 2024, and he had $230 in it. I put it all on the Eagles to win the Super Bowl. It hit. $230 to win $3,600. He's sending his mom on a cruise with the winnings.
Oh,
That's great.
dude, that's
like that.
beautiful.
And that's the hand of the Lord is strong.
Dude,
Handle
that's
it.
Good stuff.
that is beautiful.
telling you.
All right, let's sneak a call in here.
Let's try it.
We have an apology.
What?
Glenn in Wallingford. What's up, Glenn?
Yo, good morning. How's it going, guys?
Hi, Glenn.
Hi,
What's
Glenn.
up, G?
So here's my mea culpa, my apology, right? So for the last however many years, and, everyone's gotten on Sirianni, and I've kind of been one of his harshest critics with my friends and family and when I've called in the past. So, I apologize. And I think when you look back and you think about, like, some of the stuff at him, like yelling at the fans after a win, I think that at the end of the day, he was kind of just taking the beating and absorbing it for the team, right? And I think that's kind of why when you look back, it's kind of like he was the mouthpiece. He took the distraction.
No way,
and,
Glenn.
And that, you don't think so?
No, Glenn. You're saying it was a calculated move on his part? No way. It was a completely uncalculated, immature behavior. You don't plan the immature behavior.
Well,
He wasn't doing that to defend his team or a strategy. He did it because it's who he is.
Whatever happened, it worked. But whatever happened, it worked, and that's why his players love him. That's what I'm guessing, right? I mean, whatever happened, it worked. And real quick, Amy, I've always liked you from afar as a personality and everything like that. When I saw your social media post with your MD 2020, and I'm like, wow, I knew I really liked Amy then. So
thanks, Glenn. Thanks.
Thanks.
You're the man, G. Great job.
No,
about that.
He didn't do all those things on purpose. Because even as Jordan Mailata said, is he immature at times? Yeah. Do we wish he didn't do some of that stuff? Yeah. But you don't see all the great things that he does, and we love him.
Yeah.
He is who
no,
he is.
the immature stuff, I can tell you.
You get the good with the bad.
They
You
don't
just take
love
it.
that. They don't love that.
No, and look, everybody's working.
Everybody
on this.
learned. No, he learned. He's
learned.
evolved.
He evolved throughout the season.
Correct.
I don't think there's any doubt about that.
No,
and he's
not-
talked
yeah.
about it. He's
And that's
talked about,
admirable. That's something to
listen,
admire.
you see that maybe I'm not doing this well. I'm going to change that.
All right, let's
we
get one
all
more.
want to do
Let's
stuff
get one more
like
call in here because this man, I still remember talking to him after the Eagles-Phillies union loss in 100 days.
That was bad.
And my
That was a
man
rough couple of
June
days.
said that Philadelphia is cursed. And I still remember him saying, I'd rather us be bad than feel this pain. I'm sure he's feeling a lot better right now. What's up, June?
Good morning. Happy Super Bowl Tuesday.
Say, I bet you like that they won this time, and I bet you say, you know what, I shouldn't have said I wish we were
Enough
bad.
of the curse
Right.
stuff.
No curse. I love the look on Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce's face from that destroy from our defense. I think we played possum all year, starting slow, because 95 points in 2 games when it could have been over 100. Wow.
I love
so
it.
all you haters that's local and you got to see us celebrate.
There you go.
You're the man, June. We
it's
appreciate the
fucked up.
call, brother.
He did like the
Yeah, he did.
laugh on the way up.
He's that Cowboys fan that's living out there in South Philly. Come on, guy.
Hey, Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors, thank you. You guys make donations to the American Association for Cancer Research, and everybody else can too. 975thefanatic.com/AACR. How about a $59 donation today or this week? Help save lives with
like
cancer
that.
research. Good job. We appreciate them big time.
Amy, thank you as always.
Thank you, guys.
We
Good to
really
see you, Amy.
appreciate
Good
you
to see you.
coming in.
Maybe I'll see you on Friday.
Maybe
Hope
we'll see
so.
you on Friday inside the craziness. That will be Broad Street,
Somewhere along the line.
the Parkway,
I
the
can't
museum,
wait.
you name it. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Mike Missanelli Show coming your way next. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning on a Shefty Wednesday, 97.5 The Fanatic.